Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. So the time is currently 9:02 and it is September the 10th, 2024, and we're here at the Government Center in the BOCC chambers. And I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. First off, we do have our invocation by Pastor Jean Petit, correct, from Upcycle Ministry. Welcome. Thank you.
I want to say thank you. First off, it's an honor to come and be able to pray for the commissioners in our county and the citizens of our county this morning. And the book of Emmanuel says that God is with us. The book of Isaiah talks about one that the government will be upon his shoulders. The book of Genesis also talks about man being made in the image of God. And we have the authority under God to speak over his creation. He gives us the keys, the authority. And that talks about it in Matthew 16:18. And with that, we have authority that becomes joyful under God to do things. So with that, let us speak about the gates and pray for the gates today. So gates are just real quick here, gates are people that are standing or sitting in the positions where you guys are, gates of authority over people and resources of Doña County to make decisions over people's souls. What a blessing that is. So I want to thank you again for this opportunity. With that, let us pray. So we pray here today for those who are seated in the positions. Oh God, our Father, we pray for those decisions that are made and will be made for those who are here today. May they be acceptable and in line with your laws, your precepts, and your statutes, your commandments, according to Psalms 119, verses 1 through 8, and Matthew 7:13. May the Holy Spirit have free reign to pour out and assist these men and women who are now standing in the gates to make these decisions over your government. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
If you're able to stand, if you'll please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Brandy, if we can get a roll call and determination of quorum, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Present.
Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Here, we do have quorum. Okay, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the Board of County Finance in open session. Interim County Manager Lopez, do we have any changes to the agenda today, sir?
No, sir, we do not.
Beautiful. Moving on, we do have the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items for reoccurring or routine business. We do have several. We do have items 1 through 19 on here. Commissioners?
I'd like to make a motion we approve the consent agenda for items 1 through 19.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any discussion, commissioners? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Brandy?
Okay. We have multiple resolution numbers to the consent agenda. Item number 3, resolution number 2024-110. Item number 4, 2024-111 and 112. Item number 5, 2024-113. Item number 6, 2024-114. Item number 9, 2024-115. Item number 12, 2024-116. Item number 13, 2024-117 and 118. Item number 14, 2024-119. Item number 15, 2024-120. Item number 18-2024-121, and item number 19-2024-122.
Thank you for that, Brandy. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Chapato joined us at 9:07 a.m. Welcome. You're welcome. Okay, moving on, we do have our pet showcase. Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our cat of the week is Jack, a domestic short hair, 6 months old, who says, "I'm just a kitten full of energy and sweetness. I love to play, and boy, can I zoom. One moment I'm here, the next I'm over there. I'm a bit of a love biter, but only when I get overexcited. I promise it's all in good fun. I'm just a little bundle of joy waiting to share my love and energy with you. If you're looking for a sweet, energetic companion, I'm your guy." And our dog of the week is Dora, a mixed 1-year-old who says, "I'm a bit shy, but don't let that deter you. I'm just a little cautious when meeting new people. But once I get to know you, I promise we'll be the best of friends. I'm quite young and have a curious spirit. I love exploring new places and sniffing out new smells. I may take a little time to come out of my shell, but with some patience and a few treats, I'll be your loyal companion." And adoptions are always available at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley, and those are our pets of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Moving on to employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we have our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez, to present and introduce each one of them. I tried, Stephen. I really did.
So our first recognition is going to be for Stephen Benegas for 10 years. Come on up. And is your supervisor here? Didn't know if you were going to go, no, make Meg do it, but. So Stephen joined Doña County in August of 2014, and in his current role as HRIS specialist, on any given day, he answers questions, addresses concerns, and triages inquiries about time tracking and pay in workday. He also makes needed changes to setup and processes when issues arise. He implements large group process changes such as pay updates or working schedule changes, and he is known for being dependable and always willing to help colleagues. At work, he takes pride in planning and implementing those plans flawlessly, and at home, he has a growing sneaker collection and enjoys playing golf. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating Stephen on his 10th work anniversary and thank him for his dedicated service to Doña County and making sure everybody gets paid. All right. Right here? Okay. Come right to the center here. And now we move on to 25 years of service. Let's start with Jesse Villegas. Come on up. Let's give Robert a... Who's coming? Okay. Saw 3 people standing over there. I wasn't sure who. So Jesse joined Doña County in September of 1999 as a custodian in Facilities and Parks Department. He quickly showed that he enjoyed fixing anything around the building and was soon added to the facilities maintenance crew. In his facility maintenance worker role, he's excited to work on something different each day. And though he is often here at the government center, he performs maintenance throughout all county buildings, ranging from the community centers to the state health department locations, and he travels from Garfield to Sunland Park. He can be called upon to do plumbing, sheetrock, and changing lights. So many lights to keep office workers and visitors' tasks well lit. He can also be found assembling, repairing, or removing furniture as people and their needs in each county location change. And he is best known in his team for his ability to take on any task and tinkering until everything works well and the customer is pleased. The best part of his role is the people, he said, as he enjoys helping others. Away from work, he enjoys fishing and camping with his family, especially his 4 grandkids. He is a diehard fan of the Tennessee Titans, going back to their days as the Houston Oilers, and he has the tattoo to prove it. That's dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking Jesse for 25 years of dedicated service and congratulate him on his 25th work anniversary and for keeping everything running here at the county. Thank you very much. Officer Terrazas, come on up.
Thanks for your service.
Now, Officer Terrazas doesn't really like having to be up in front of people, I hear, so we're going to keep this short for her. Officer Aurora Terrazas joined Doña County Detention Center in September of 1999, and she is an officer in the juvenile section of the detention center. She has always been one of the most dependable workers at the detention center, according to Director Baker, and she willingly picks up assignments like training other staff. So with that, we want to thank Aurora for all of her dedication over the last 25 years for the detention center. Thank you very much. And now we have a chance to recognize somebody's retirement. So with that, come on up. Get the supervisor to come up here. We're going to be recognizing Esther Chavez.
You read it and then,
How do you want to do it?
just read it and then I'll,
Okay.
I haven't looked at it, but I'll do my best.
So Esther primarily speaks Spanish, so we're going to be doing a handoff here, English-Spanish translation. Esther joined Doña County in February of 2002 in the Facilities and Parks Department, where she remained until her recent retirement on August 30th. In her role as custodian, she started working in the former county building on Amador. Along the way, she met many friendly and kind people when she cleaned the New Mexico Department of Health building on Solano Drive, and the Fleet and Roads Department, Animal and Vector Control on Griggs Avenue. Most recently, she cleaned the 3rd Judicial District Court building. She enjoys cleaning offices wherever she was assigned and took pride in the compliments that she received on her day-to-day work. She especially enjoyed the camaraderie with her coworkers and all the people she met along the way. Among her most prized memories will be the party they threw on her last day, seeing judges, staff, and coworkers collaborating to wish her well and share in a celebration as she was moved to tears. Though she still wakes up at 4 a.m. every morning, she is now able to take a nap if she feels like it. Well deserved. She crochets, draws, and looks after her plants. And as she looks forward to traveling to Atlanta, Austin, and Chihuahua to visit relatives, especially her grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in thanking Esther for 22 years of dedicated service to the residents of Doña County and congratulate her and wish her well in her retirement.
Y unas palabritas, Esther, nomás y los voy a decir en español y luego los traduzco. Pero usted ha sido una de las personas que cuando entro al tribunal, esa bella sonrisa, siempre dispuesta a llevar a cabo todo lo que hay que hacer, lo hace con un gusto, lo hace con paciencia y es mi honor llamarle amiga. Esther is a person that always does her best. And I'm telling her that every time I enter the courthouse, there's that smiling face. She always does her best, and I consider her my friend. Felicidades en su jubilación. Bendiciones de toda nuestra parte. And the translation was, I'm always very happy, and I do my job with joy always.
Okay. Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Murillo joined us at 9:21 this morning. Welcome, welcome. Okay, moving on. We do have our proclamations. We do have 3 today. We have number 20, proclamation and presentation for Hunger Action Month in Doña County. And we have our Commissioner, Susana Chaparro.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, of course.
thank you. So I believe Casa de Peregrinos is here to approach the podium and give us a couple of talking points. Am I right on that?
Good morning, Chair, Commission, Chair Saljo Hernandez, Eric Bransford. I'm the Outreach and Education Division Manager for Health and Human Services. and I would like to introduce Lorenzo Alba, the Executive Director of Casa de Peregrinos. He is here with some of his staff, board members, and volunteers, and he also has a brief presentation that he would like to give you. So, thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve this morning?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Welcome, Mr. Alba.
Good morning, I'm Lorenzo Alba, I'm the Executive Director at Casa Peregrinos. Thank you for having me, Chair Sergio Hernandez and the Commissioners. It's always a pleasure to come up here and talk to our biggest partner here in the county. We do a lot of great work here in the county, and none of that's possible without you. So first and foremost, on behalf of our Board of Directors, our staff, our volunteers, and especially those people that we serve, we want to thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts, because without you, none of this work would be possible for us, especially the outreach efforts that we do throughout the county. I'm not sure how to operate this slideshow. So the first thing I'm going to share with you is what we've done this past year. We did add the hatch pantry, its own infrastructure there this year. And the impact that that has made has been tremendous on us. Easily, we were able to serve an additional about 1,700 food baskets in that area and serve an additional about 2,100 people there. In the northern part of the county, we made a huge impact, but collectively, it shows that infrastructure in those areas really works. And we would not be able to do that without your support. And it's unwavering what happens there. But now the best part about it is that now we've gotten the school district involved there and the Village of Hatch involved there. So now it becomes more of a collaborative effort to really impact what we do in feeding the hungry in our county. And now we don't have to feel so alone sometimes. You know, we have everybody there collectively doing this work, you know. It begins to really impact the people, and they feel better about how it happens, because they know it's a thing that only a village could really do together. I'd like to play a video for you. I think I got. How do I press that? That's it. There it goes.
It's an everyday need, but it's more needed in the summer because the kids do not go to school and they're at home, so they have to make sure you have food in your house.
Pues dan muchas cosas como fruta, verdura, la leche, que es lo que más se usa en el hogar.
Y mi esposo no me creía cuando iba en la tienda. No, es que gastaste mucho, que para lo que trajiste, y últimamente me lo llevo. Y dice, no, dice, $200 en esas cositas que llevas. Le digo, y es lo básico. Le digo, si lleváramos más, era más.
Fresh fruit and vegetables is really expensive in this store, so it does help a lot. I'm disabled, so it definitely helps to be able to get that extra food, so because money has to pay for all kinds of things, other bills, so yeah, it helps a lot.
Lo de $100 antes mi carrito lleno, ahora ya no puedo, porque ya todo está bien caro y pues ya se ahorra uno un poquito viniendo aquí a Casa de Peregrinos y llevar su mandado.
When you're in a tight budget, it's like you gotta limit what you get, but with the help with the food pantry, you can get fruits and vegetables and the kids enjoy it, and it helps out in the long run.
Y el mandado que dan aquí, nos ayudamos demasiado, porque todo lo que dan lo utilizamos y no nos falta que comer. Gracias a Dios y a ustedes y a todos los voluntarios que vienen a ayudar.
That was actually filmed exclusively in the Hatch Pantry because we wanted to get this message to you as well as to the Village of Hatch and, of course, our late great friend, Slim Whitlock. He would be proud of this moment right now because he knows that we're going to continue to honor him as we move forward with that pantry. With that being said, I do want to share a few other things. Part of our vision at Casa de Peregrinos is to expand through infrastructure in a very large county here in New Mexico, Doña County. So I'll share with you what we are doing. Part of that is with you, but you're involved in all of it because this is all in the rural communities. The first project was in Hatch that we are beginning the renovations hopefully this fall. We are currently waiting on some congressionally designated dollars from U.S. Representative Gabe Vasquez to help us move forward with this project. We're going to do some renovations on here and get it up to par on this building that actually survived the floods back in the day. So we're going to put it to work. Our objective is to try to get something done before the spring so that we can begin to really impact that area in the northern part of the county. That, as you see, the funding came from capital outlay as well as $300,000 from U.S. Representative Gabe Vasquez. And on October 11th, we are having our groundbreaking ceremony for a project that very much involves you. It's a capital outlay project in Chaparral at the Betty McKnight Center. This will allow us to we know it will impact the same way it has in Hatch, in Chaparral. This is an area that we really need to focus on, that we really need to bring services to, and we're super excited to bring Casa de Peregrinos out to Chaparral in the near future. Hopefully by this time next year, we'll actually be having a ribbon cutting and opening up that pantry for that community. So we're super excited about that. 1.3 million came from capital outlay, and you have graciously allowed your facilities department to pony up the rest of the money and make this happen this year. So for that, we're very, very grateful. Thank you so much to Robert Herrera and Justin Weaver and all the hard work they put with our board member, Doug Benson, to get this done. So thank you for all your hard work. This is the one that we're currently working on some additional funding for, and this is in Sunland Park. We did get the village of Sunland Park involved in a capital outlay project here. Right now, it looks like we are nearing the end. Hopefully, only need $1 million from capital outlay. So you guys talk to your legislators for us, okay? Help us out with that. Give them a call. I think we'll get there. We're excited about that project as well because that'll super impact that area, which actually has the highest poverty levels in the entire county. And with that, I just want to thank all of you for your continued support. Every single one of you has really impacted the mission at Casa de Peregrinos. And without you, this is just impossible, especially in those areas of the rural Doña County where transportation issues hinder it, the food deserts hinder taking care of people, and generational poverty begins to really impact the livelihoods of many, many people there. So thank you for all your continued support and food for today, hope for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And I was going to read this before you came up, Mr. Alba, but you were so quick. So I just wanted to say to all who are listening and present that throughout the state, but especially here in Doña County, families face painful choices every day. And being food insecure makes impossible choices. 75% buy cheap, unhealthy food to eat. 65% pay for heat, water, and electricity or buy food. 59% choose between food or medicine. 48% must choose between housing or food. And we're just so fortunate to have you, Mr. Alba, and your staff to help in this community. I have been to your wonderful place. I've spoken to people, your staff, Marco, back there often. And so we're just so fortunate to have you and your staff here. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. So you're here to receive this proclamation. So Mr. Lopez, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. The proclamation reads, whereas September is designated as Hunger Action Month, a nationwide effort by the Feeding America nationwide network to raise awareness about hunger and inspire action. And whereas, while people work hard to provide for their families, about 49 million people, or 1 in 6 people in the U.S., still rely on food assistance from charities in 2022. In Doña County, especially in the rural areas, residents face pervasive and systemic poverty, hunger, and food insecurity with a poverty rate of 28%, which equates to 68,000 people. For comparison, the U.S. poverty rate is 13%, and New Mexico's is 21%. Whereas 37 communities in our county are designated colonias, or communities on the rural U.S.-Mexico border with marginal conditions related to housing and infrastructure, hunger exacerbated by food deserts, which are areas without ready access to fresh, healthy, affordable food. In Doña County, it may require families to drive as far as 50 miles round trip to find a reasonably priced grocery store with a good selection of fresh food. And whereas Doña County partners with Casa de Peregrinos to provide emergency food resources through mobile food pantries where eligible families receive a monthly distribution of nutritious supplemental groceries. And whereas throughout this month, everyone is encouraged to take action against hunger. An act can be a donation, advocating, volunteering, or helping others become more aware about hunger in our community. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of September as Hunger Action Month, proudly proclaimed this 10th day of September 2024. A proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say a couple of words. Lorenzo, I can't say how important it is what you do and your team and the cooperation that we have between the county and your organization. I know, and you know, that I've been on a few of the opportunities that you have to distribute food, and I've joined in Doña, Butterfield, I think at your Thanksgiving dinners and give out turkeys at different locations. And I got to tell you, what he said about this being a partnership between the county and Casa de Peregrinos is absolutely true. He's been doing this for 25 years now?
14.
20 years? He's been doing this for 20 years, and I think I would like to point out one other thing that we may or may not understand about what he does and what this organization does in this partnership. But my grandchildren, okay, who were actually born here, and my daughter actually took advantage of these services over 20 years ago, or roughly 20 years ago. So this is not something that just started today. It's something that, in my opinion, he's dedicated his life to, and we appreciate that. I think it's an honor to you, it's an honor to the community, and you, in your organization. You guys may do what you do, and every day I know you get exhausted. You start early in the morning, you load the trucks, and you make the, distribute the food and everything. But I can tell you, it really makes the kind of difference that everybody knows about. And I think I'm very proud to be a part of what you do in this county. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Lorenzo, I know my fellow commissioners have already said quite a bit about what you've done, how you've done it, especially with the Casa Peregrinos, but I did want to just really praise you for how you've been able to work with the different community members, the different government agencies. I mean, I think like you talked about with the Hatch Pantry and how you worked with all the Hatch Valley Public Schools, the Village of Hatch, Doña County, your legislators, our congressmen, but all the work that you do and the results that you kind of hit on with your slides, it's amazing the impact that you're having on our community, on our county. You look at here in Las Cruces, where you've grown from the original Casa de Peregrinos building to the new, your new facility, which is gorgeous and amazing. And what you can do out of that facility has just grown, immensely. But I want to say thank you on behalf of Doña County for everything that you do, the commitment to the people. And I'll throw in the fact that on top of the services you provide, you've even been working on reducing your carbon footprint by having some Ford Transit EVs that have entered your fleet. And that's been an amazing partnership that we've been able to have with you, and appreciate that you all have been a willing partner in having EVs in your fleet as well. And so, but like I said, truly everything that you do, I know you do it not for the praise, not for anything else, but to serve the people. And Lorenzo, thank you to you, and thank you to the entire Casa de Peregrinos team.
Thank you so much, and I do actually want to praise a few people, and my team, and they're here today. I'd like them all to stand and join me. And I'd also be remiss by not praising the Health and Human Services Department here at the county, Jamie, Michael. Her team have just, my goodness, I've got to know them personally. We know about what happens in each other's lives as well as with our work. And we collectively believe that what we're doing together is important work. So thank you, Jamie, and all the folks over at Health and Human Services, the promotoras. Eric is our guy here. I always tell everybody, need something, I call Eric. He knows how to find Jamie. But without them, this work would be impossible. With our friends at the facilities department, just incredible work. So it's been a pleasure to be partnered with you. And again, we're just super grateful. So I'd like to ask my team to come up here. I've got some of my mobile food pantry team as well. And my board member, Doug Benson, is here.
Would any of you like to say anything before we take a vote on it?
Oh man, I love Casa de Peregrinos and everybody in this community, everybody that gives, that thinks about us, follows us on Facebook, gives us a like, shares, or just sees us from afar. Thank you for supporting.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if you at all want to highlight the hunger strike that's coming up. Sorry, I just was thinking about it. Thought maybe opportunity.
This is Hunger Action Month. September is Hunger Action Month. But September 26th through the 27th, we're going to be doing our hunger strike, our 24-hour hunger strike to raise funds, awareness, and let everybody know. If you are interested in finding out more about the hunger strike, or you want to hunger strike with us, go to casadeperegrinos.org/events.
Wonderful. Anyone else?
I just want to quickly add that, yes, the work can be challenging at Casa de Peregrinos as we serve the community. However, I think that many of us are so passionate about our mission and just our vision for the community. So when you have that, it makes it a little bit easier. So I'm honored to be a part of it, and all of my my coworkers here today. And so yes, like Marco had mentioned, please join us in the hunger strike. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay. Brandy, will you roll call vote us, please?
Commissioner Reynolds? Yes. Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Everybody come on up here. Whole team.
I'll join in then. All right, guys. Yes, I am. Wait a second. I know, right?
Okay, moving on, we have item number 21, which is to proclaim September 17th through the 20th as International Walk to School Days in Doña County. We have Commissioner Manny Sanchez.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the proclamation.
I'll second. So we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by myself.
Thank
Okay,
you.
take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, International Walk to School Day spotlights students walking to school and helps raise awareness about pedestrian safety while bringing communities together in the joy of walking. A walking school bus is one of the activities the school staff supports to give students an opportunity for activity before school. It builds community, and it helps to reduce traffic around the schools. For the uninitiated, the walking school bus is a group of students who walk to school together under the supervision of adults and the school staff. They normally meet at an off-site location such as a park, a church, an empty lot, a corner of an intersection. Students can be dropped off by parents who typically drive them to school, or students can walk from their homes and join up with the school bus. The walking school bus ranges in size from a dozen to up to 100 students or more, depending on the school and the participation level. We understand that a couple of schools aren't able to fully participate, and those are Fair Acres Elementary and Columbia Elementary, though hopefully Columbia will be able to participate in the very near future once that's complete. But in order to try to give them an opportunity to participate and to learn the rules of the road, the school district, the Las Cruces Public School District, aims to provide a 4-part pedestrian and bike safety education class to third grade students during their PE classes. So I'd like to welcome this morning, Ms. Ashley Curry, who is the Safe Routes to School Coordinator for the Las Cruces Public School District. I'd also like to introduce her team as well and welcome them up to receive the proclamation. So, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, commissioners. Commissioner Sanchez, thank you so much for those great words explaining what the Safe Routes to School program is. I just want to say thank you again for your continued support, not only of the Safe Routes to School program in the school district, but also for the pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure that you provide in the county. The county is doing a phenomenal job. We're honored to get to work with the planning department, with the engineering department, their Safe Streets for All grants. We were up a couple weeks ago, or last week, up in Albuquerque for the New Mexico Transportation Safety Summit, and Ms. Abeda was there, Deputy Almanza was there representing the county. It was great. There were 0 people from the city, so I was really proud to see that there's some people from the county were there, just really taking seriously the issue of transportation safety. Also want to thank the deputies from the Sheriff's Department who come out with us for our walks and either walk alongside us or use their vehicles to help keep us safe. So thank you so much for those things, for those opportunities as well, and the continued support. Just a couple of International Walk to School Day actually falls the first week of October, but the school district's on fall break, so we have had to split our celebrations, and so we are the 17th to the 20th of September, but then when we come back, Tomba, which is one of the county schools, is September 19th. Doña Ana will be, after the fall break, will be October the 8th, and East Pacotra will be October the 9th. So I would like to invite anybody here, the commissioners, Mr. Lopez, members of the public, to join us at any of the schools as we celebrate. It's a really fun way to start the day. We start at 7:15 in the morning, and you'll be on your way to the rest of your day by 8 a.m. And I can guarantee you'll have a smile on your face when you get to the office. Again, thank you so much. And I'd like to just introduce a couple of the members of my team. This is Arturo Sanchez, who joined the team full-time in May. And this is George Pearson, who has been with us for, a dozen or more years, biking predominantly with the kids to school. So, and we have some other members that are out teaching those classes that Commissioner Sanchez mentioned. So they're not able to be here. But again, thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you. And Mr. Lopez, would you be able to read the proclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Whereas International Walk to School Day is celebrated globally to encourage children and families to embrace walking and bicycling as a way to promote physical activity, reduce traffic congestion, and enhance community connections. And whereas walking and bicycling to school can improve the health and well-being of students, offering them an opportunity to incorporate physical activity into their daily routines, thereby helping to combat childhood obesity and related health issues. And whereas in 2023, Las Cruces Public Schools hosted 2,932 participants, of which 2,194 were students who walked, 20 who rolled, and 718 adults who joined them. Each year has seen more participation since the program's local inception in 2007, and 100% of the elementary schools take part since 2017. And whereas year-round events promote regular walking and biking to school, and 20 of the 25 elementary schools host weekly walking school buses, rain or shine, while 3 schools hold the events monthly. And whereas we are committed to ensuring the safety and security of all children and recognize the importance of safe, accessible walking and bicycling routes to school as a priority for our community, now therefore the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim September 17th through September 20th as Walk to School Days, proudly proclaimed this 10th day of September 2024. A proclamation for the board's consideration.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
I just want to add, I know we've been able to, in the county, add a sidewalk for Doña, near Doña Elementary, where they do their walk to school. I know during the last meeting, we also committed funds to begin the study for a path along Westwind Road that will be from Northwind to Valley along the East Picacho area. So I don't want to put necessarily those terminal points, because I know we were trying to figure out how that might work best for the schools. But you know, we're continuing to working on making the investment to find ways to make walking safer in our community. So just wanted to at least put that out there. And so we're excited with the partnership that we've been able to have with Las Cruces Public Schools and your team, Ashley. So thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for that. I didn't realize that funds had been committed, so that's a huge step forward. So thank you so much for that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course, Commissioner.
I've been out of the state most every year that you've done this, but this year I'm in the state, so I actually have several schools in my district on my calendar. I'm going to try and make every one of them.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, thank you so much. We'll very much welcome you. And if you'd like to tell us which schools you'll be at, we'll put you on the flyer as a special guest.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other commissioners? Seeing none. Would any member of your staff like to say a few words? We're good. Okay. Brandy, if you'll roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Chaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It's a mouthful this
It
morning,
is.
Brandy. Wonderful. Congratulations, everyone. Is it a good pen?
No, it's not good. I could have you step over. Perfect. Sanchez a little bit closer. Thank you. Thank you.
I thought you had stolen my bag.
I thought I did. Is this one? I might have. Right? Well, they gave me that talking, but it's up to you. Okay.
Okay, moving on, we have Proclamation 22, which is where we will recognize those who played a vital role and showed selfless service during the recent South Fork fire and salt fires, emergencies in Lincoln County and the village of Ruidoso. And for that, we're going to have Vice Chair Murillo.
First of all, Mr. Chair, may I have a motion?
Yes, of course.
I so move.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo,
Second.
second by Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you.
Take it away.
The dedicated professionals in the Office of the Emergency Management, the City of Las Cruces, Fire Department, and Doña Ana County's Animal Control played a vital role in safeguarding our communities, ensuring the protection of people, animals, and property during a time of crisis. So this late June, the South Fork and Salt fires burned 17,066 and 7,688 acres, respectively, significantly impacting the Lincoln National Forest. Collaborative efforts throughout the region needed various agencies to help mitigate fire damage, post-fire risk, and flooding support recovery. The devastation in Lincoln County and the village of Ruidoso was a call to action for animal control staff, fire rescue, the Office of Emergency Management, and the Las Cruces Fire Department. These teams spent weeks lending their expertise in helping our neighbors control the fires, provide support with flooding, and caring for pets and livestock throughout the crisis. Today, we recognize their bravery and dedicated commitment to our community. This proclamation is to let them know how much we appreciate their invaluable efforts. And joining us today to receive this proclamation is Office of Emergency Management Deputy Amanda Bowen. Do we have anyone else from the Las Cruces Fire Department, anyone to join us as well? Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you who support us in doing these things. I think if you asked any one of us, we'd all just say we were doing our jobs. We all kind of just feel like we were there to help when they needed it, and hopefully the same would be true if we needed help. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to say a few words? If not, I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners and they talk. So, anyone? Okay, commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Of course, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. The only thing I can say is you all are awesome. I've seen your work from Hatch to Sunline Park, especially in the last couple of years, and I didn't realize how much you do. And just working side by side in certain emergencies, it just really opened my eyes as to how committed you are and how passionate you are about your jobs. So thank you, and please don't leave the county. Stay with us as long as you can. But just a heartfelt thanks from all of us.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to say thank you to you all. I know the coordination it takes, just giving up your time to be willing to head out and help the communities out there. I'm so thankful that we have a group like this representing Doña County. I know the evening when the fire started, I had reached out to interim county manager Lopez and asked, hey, what's going on? How are will we be willing to support this? And so, his first response is, hey, we've got, Amanda, you and the team have been taking care of the OEM while Mr. Lopez has been helping us out as interim county manager. That was his first thing is, hey, the team's monitoring, we're working on it with Lincoln County and the state. And then he did tell us that, hey, they did ask us to mobilize. We're doing, working with Las Cruces Fire, with animal control, with, the whole team effort. And just want to say again, thank you for being such amazing representatives of the residents of Doña County. But thank you so much for giving of yourselves and being able to commit the time to help our neighbors to the east of us.
And I'll just say thank you as well. Like I said, they like to talk, they say a lot. But I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. You and your teams really came together just to really make Doña County shine in the work that we can do in the collaboration with Lincoln County and Ruidoso. So I appreciate every single one of you and your teams for what they've done. Thank you. Anything else? Brandy, take it away. Oh, we haven't even read the proclamation yet. Stephen, take it away.
Whereas the South Fork and Salt fires, followed by severe flooding, posed an unprecedented threat to Lincoln County and the village of Ruidoso, requiring a swift, coordinated response from multiple agencies to protect life and property. And whereas emergency managers Amanda Bowen, Joy Chavez, and Teresa Gonzalez from the Office of Emergency Management stepped forward with remarkable leadership, providing essential incident and emergency operations center support in the roles of planning section chief, logistics section chief, and mass care lead, thereby ensuring effective coordination and resource allocation. And whereas Tyler Aguirre, Arnold Diaz, Jason Floyd, Robert Fresquez, Thomas Hart, Tibor Cochis, Jeremiah Lay, Nathan Tracy, Justin Whitefield, Juan Joseph Ituarte, with the Las Cruces Fire Department, served as Swift Water Rescue, Planning Section Chief, Operations Section Chief, Safety Officer, and displayed extraordinary courage and expertise, saving lives under the most challenging conditions. And whereas Doña County Animal Control personnel, Ryan Armendariz, Fernando Benavides, Ramsey Myers, Annette Duche, Carlos Herrera, and Jennifer Gore played a critical role in rescuing and sheltering animals, showcasing their compassion and dedication to the well-being of all living creatures affected by these disasters. And whereas the combined efforts of these teams prevented further devastation and provided a model of excellence in emergency response and interagency cooperation. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners proudly honors and celebrates the extraordinary contributions of the OEM personnel, Las Cruces Fire Department, and Doña County Animal Control made while assisting Lincoln County and the village of Ruidoso. Proudly proclaimed this 10th day of September 2024, a proclamation for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Shannon?
Mr. Chair, there's something that I think was we failed to mention that I think is important to bring up here. I want to thank you all for setting the standard in this area and for the state and providing service to other communities. I also understand that you all went up and trained some other individuals in order to make sure that they understood how we do what we do. So basically setting the gold standard in this area. And I think it's worth noting that you all did that. And I don't know that that was part of your job requirement, but it certainly was something that we appreciate, and we appreciate the recognition for the county that you provided to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Brandy, you'll roll calls?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sheldro Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Proclamation. Congratulations. I found all the missing gavels. They fell down. Yeah.
We'll so have to fix that.
I don't know how they're going to get it out.
Screwdriver.
Well, I was.
Mr. Sanchez, could I have you on this side?
Nope. No.
Thank you.
Okay. Not bad. We got through that in an hour. Okay, next up, we do have public input. If any member of the public would like to address the commission, they'll please come up front. We have a white binder to the left of you. If you can please sign your name before you address the commission. You will have a 3-minute timer, so please do. If you are speaking on any other agenda items, please wait until that agenda item comes up. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Mark Veith, District 1, another update on electric vehicles. I took mine to Albuquerque. Thank you very much for the tip on Socorro. So Socorro going up, I got there, I wanted to make sure I had enough range to get to Albuquerque. I pulled in, it took me 20 minutes to get 20%. I was very happy with that. Continued on to Albuquerque. I went to a Walmart that had a 350 kilowatt machine, but because it was so hot, it was actually giving a slower charge rate than I was getting at Socorro. So they tell you it can do 350. The fans under my truck sounded like a tornado was coming. They were trying to keep the battery cool. And like I said, it was getting about the same amount of electricity as I was getting at Socorro. Coming back, I hit Socorro again to top off, not to top off, to make sure that I had enough to get back home. And I got back home at 8%. It took me 45 minutes to get 15% because, and you guys are gonna do it, I wish he was here so I could talk to him. You guys are gonna pair your machines so that you can get a maximum amount of output out of one. The problem is if that one, or in Socorro anyway, that one guy kept getting the max and I got a trickle. He left about 5 minutes before me, my rate jumped right up and I was done. So if you got to travel, do not use an electric vehicle if you have any kind of agenda, because you're not gonna be able to hit your agenda. If you just traveling and you don't mind sitting, I saw a lady sleeping in her car while her thing was being charged. Also at Walmart, the Electrify America, it cost me $50 to charge there. They're significantly more expensive than the charge points. Next topic, voting. So I've been knocking on doors and this person is not here. They've moved, they've moved, they've moved, they've moved. This was brought up at our last meeting Also, the fact, I believe, that there was an article in the Las Cruces Sun News. I don't know that our county clerk listens when people say this stuff because she immediately comes up and defends her group, which I have said before. Those people down there are great. Anytime I've been in there, they've been fully helpful. But our voter rolls are not clean, and they need to be cleaned up. Thank you.
Morning. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to talk about separation of church and state. Surprise. Often we've heard the phrase founding fathers when the issue of separation of church and state is discussed. So I want to set the record straight on a few points. First, there's no agreed upon list of founding fathers. It's not like the Baseball Hall of Fame where there's recognized members of the founding fathers. But there is a consensus on 7 leaders of the Revolution in early America who are considered indisputable by most historians as founding fathers. They are the first 5 presidents: George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe. The other 2 founding fathers are Alexander Hamilton and Benjamin Franklin. Other historians have other lists, but almost everyone agrees on at least these 7. What were their religious preferences? Washington was a practicing Anglican. Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, and Franklin were deists. Hamilton was a mixed bag. As a youth, he was a Christian. In adult life, he practiced no religion, and then on his deathbed, he had a conversion again. So if you're keeping score, at least 5 were deists and perhaps 2 were Christians. However, the belief in Christianity did not determine which founding fathers were for separation of church and state and which ones were not. Many Christians favored the separation of church and state as they considered it an essential ingredient to religious freedom. They feared that both sectarian religious influences would be on government and politicians, and they feared that politicians would exploit religion for political benefit. Where have we ever seen that before? So, the presumption that believers have historically opposed separation of church and state is not founded at all. Another talking point for those who suppose separation of church and state is, who oppose the separation of church and state, was that most of the founding fathers went to seminaries. So-called seminary attendance did not include or did not necessarily indicate the faith of the students. Colonial America did not have state colleges until Thomas Jefferson founded the University of Virginia. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, William and Mary, and like schools were all founded principally to train pastors in colonial America. But they trained in other professions as well, especially law. So the fact that many of our founders attended colleges like Harvard and Princeton indicate neither their faith nor their disposition towards separation of church and state. 10 more seconds. The fact that our founders made separation of church and state our law, and the law of the land and our first name right, the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights, by our founders' hands, is evidence that the issue should be closed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, Commissioners, Juan Garcia. How many suffered? How many died? For over 3 agonizing years, Yoli Diaz sounded the alarm. She brought or sent you damning evidence of MMC's alleged malfeasance, or stood here, meeting after meeting, month after month. Yet in the face of such grave wrongdoing, you, the commission, and state officials remain definitely silent. What explains this stunning inaction? Was it gross negligence, political cowardice, or perhaps a chilling indifference to the plight of low-income Hispanic patients left to suffer and die due to the MMC's alleged callous actions? The least That binding contract spelled out MMC's obligations in black and white. Had you simply done your duty, investigated the allegations, or even bothered to read Yoli's pleas, from 2021 onward, you would have been legally compelled to act. So we must ask, where was our county's watchdog as MMC allegedly shirked its responsibilities? Where are the records of those operating board meetings? If they do not exist, who must answer for this dereliction of duty? MMC's alleged corruption dates back to 2015. Who among you knew that the life-saving oncology and chemotherapy services were being ruthlessly axed? The lack of answers, the lack of accountability leads to two damning conclusions: political cowardice or a callous disregard for human life. Was the issue swept under the rug due to the inconvenient fact that undocumented patients were involved? Did the mindset similar to the words of the mayor pro tem that, and I quote, "there's nothing the council can do," end of quote, about this healthcare catastrophe also infect this very commission? You, as the duly elected representatives of this fair county, are bestowed with immense power, authority, and responsibility. You possess the full weight of county government and the ability to enlist state support. Did you lift a finger, or did you simply not care? And in your apathy, did nothing. These are no longer mere accusations. They are observations, cold, hard truths. And so we must ask, if not for the intervention of a national news outlet and the New Mexico Attorney General, would you still be ignoring this issue? In my opinion, the answer is a resounding yes. History will not judge you kindly. It will remember that you, as an elected body, catastrophically failed those suffering the ravages of cancer, leaving them to fend for themselves in their darkest hour. Who is accountable? Our community deserves a response. Thank you.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. A couple things occurred to me today. We're talking about security. I believe that the county is still a sanctuary county with regards to illegal aliens and the open border. If we look at supply and demand curves, if we have more people, we have more demand on food, we have more demand on housing, we have increased crime rates in many cases. This also affects things like Casa de Peregrinos, because like we're saying, the cost of filling a grocery cart is astronomical these days. You go there and $200 gives you 2 bags of groceries. That causes a lot more people to be relying on their services, and that's kind of a crying shame. Same for going for housing. You've got to house people somehow. What are you going to do? We also have the case of drugs coming across, fentanyl. I have many friends that, they have many deaths in their families due to fentanyl. One recently said one dude was so high, he just ran into a house face first, died from fentanyl overdose. That's also a very crying shame. He was 17, he said. Somebody's child just dead due to the open border situation. So please look at addressing that, how that we can reduce those cases. I'm also doing door knocking for voter rolls. I'm running the same thing. Many cases, they passed away. It's been 10 years. They're still listed as the voter rolls, and we're still knocking doors. The other case I'm seeing is impossible addresses. Will be at the beginning of a street. There is no other street named that in the county, and the voter is listed, say, 100. The first house on there is like 101 and 102. There is no 100. It's an alley. I ran into a case where you walk up to a house. It's 166, and the next one's 170. I'm supposed to go to 168. There is no address. There is no place for another house. There is no secondary driveway going to a house in the back like we've seen in some cases. So again, the voter rolls are kind of messed up in many ways, and it would be good if those were cleaned up for the next election. It's too late for this election, of course, but that would be a good thing to start going through and cleaning out the voter rolls. And with that, I thank you for your time today. You all have a great day.
Any other public comment this morning? Seeing no, we'll move on to staff input.
Mr. Chair, just a few items that we would like to make note of for the board's awareness. We did have our strategic plan vital conditions kickoff meeting with all of the directors last week. Went well, and then that leads to the second item, which is we have stood up a strategic planning website for the public to be able to access our documents and hopefully in the near future be able to also see our progress on meeting those vital conditions. And for anybody in the audience who's not aware of what the vital conditions are or the purpose of the strategic plan, this is really going to be the guideline that administration or operational departments utilize to carry out the direction of the board, make sure that we are staying on task and focused and not deviating from the highest priorities that you have established. So it's nice to see that we are now making progress, and that's going to be visible to the public so they can also see what we're doing. And then on the last item, we have posted with the state a request for sole source contracting for a consultant that the county would like to bring on. The actual contract will come to you all for approval, but we had to get through this first step of posting with the state to be able to do it, and that will be for a consultant to help us in analyzing the Memorial Medical Center lease and the terms and conditions and what the meanings are of some of the things that are in that lease. That should time out pretty well with the actions that the city of Las Cruces took recently, requesting documentation. So that will be a resource available to the county. And then, of course, we'll work with our city partners in order to be able to review what comes in and make sure that we have a good technical understanding of whatever the responses are and the lease document going forward. That is it for staff input today.
Wonderful, thank you. Next up, we do have our county elected officials input. If any elected official would like to address us.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Caroline Zamora, Chief Deputy County Clerk. I have quite a few updates for you all today. Reminder that New Mexico is ranked #1. I know our county clerk has mentioned this a few times. We are ranked #1 by MIT, the Election Performance Index. There are a lot of indicators on that index, such as online voter registration, voter registrations, absentee voting, post-election audits, election day disability access, voting wait time statewide under 4 minutes. If anyone would like to see those indicators, they can go to elections.mit.edu. Another reminder for you all, our department does a really great job at putting information online. In fact, we have a post called Matter of Fact Monday, and our team works hard to correct unintentional misinformation or combat intentional malinformation. And we do post weekly content clarifying information. Information such as how registrations are canceled, and that is, of course, by law. You can look at NMSA 1-4-24. The county clerk shall cancel certification of registration for the following reasons: the death of a voter, at the request of a voter, or at the direction of the Board of Registration. Another matter of fact, or we like to call it fact or fiction, post that we've done recently is non-citizens can vote. Well, no, that's fiction. You must be registered to vote. And when you register, you must attest that you are a citizen of the United States and a resident of New Mexico. And you can look at NMSA 1-1-4 for that. I'd also like to give out a shout out to our team who, at the direction of our county clerk, Dr. Amanda Lopez-Askin, has done a great job at being in the community. We present and collaborate with the local school systems. We've been at the farmers market a lot these past few weeks. We'll continue to be there through Election Day. We'll also be at the Southern New Mexico State Fair. So if anyone would like to stop by to register to vote, to update their registration, or to get information about becoming an election official, they can go ahead and stop by there. Another shout out to our amazing team for the the podcast Preserving History and Democracy. This week, we had a special guest on our episode, Troy Ainsworth, and we talked about the role of maps and some of the historical documents that we have in our office. And we also do a lot of updates like election update and information. Quick reminder, or my last reminders for the day, I promise. Early voting starts in 28 days on October 8th, and also election days in 56 days, November 5th. If you'd like to see a list of all of the early voting locations, you could go to dacelections.com. You can also get the full list of all 42 voting convenience centers on election day there. If you'd like to update your registration or make sure that your registration's up to date, you can go to nmvote.org. Also for our overseas or uniformed and overseas voters, if you'd like to give our office a call and we can help you with the process, feel free to do that, or you can go to fvap.gov. Do you all have any questions for me?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. Ms. Zamora, I've noticed that people are talking about knocking on doors and people moving, and people are talking about people being on the register and not voting and all these kind of things. It's my understanding that, first thing, there's no requirement for us to go out and reach out to people who have moved. I think it's the onus is on the individual
Absolutely.
to provide the county with an accurate and current address. As is the same with the driver's license. I mean, if you have a driver's license and you actually move, you're required to go out to actually reach out and have your driver's license changed. I think it's within 90 days. I think the onus is on the individual to actually reach out with the county to provide us an accurate address so that they can maintain current status with the county. I don't think there's any federal, state, or local laws or requirements for us to engage people who have moved, just as an observation of the comment that was made earlier. The other thing, if I'm not mistaken, is that the process to eliminate and take people off the rolls is actually controlled by the federal government in one fact, and there are some other additional state statutes that we follow in order to clean the rolls and basically scrub the rolls. And I think the people that are actually making comments about addresses and people not being there and people dying and all that should do the research and actually go in and look at what the federal law and the state laws and the local laws require that be done by your office, because I believe you've been following all of those from what I can tell, because I have been watching. And so am I wrong about any of this?
No, the responsibility is on the individual to be sure that they are updating their voter registration. As far as what the county clerk's office can do to cancel a registration, like I said, there are 3 ways: either the death of a voter, at the request of a voter, or at the direction of the Board of Registration.
That's it.
And that is the law.
Yeah, unless, I mean, there is a time limit. If someone doesn't vote over a certain period of time, I think it's 4 to 6 years, depending on the state, that if they don't vote for any time during that period, then we do have the right to scrub the rolls and take them off.
Yeah, there's a
that-
process. We can't just take them off. You know,
Yeah.
they have to have received, we have to have undeliverable mail that's sent back to the Secretary of State's office. They have to not have participated in 2 cycles.
Okay.
And so there's a process that has to be done first, and then those names go to the Board of Registration.
Correct. Okay, so we do have a process. We do follow the process. And the people who are complaining about inaccurate information during the voting need to look at the process and understand exactly what our limitations are and our responsibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had several individuals who have come into our office to ask questions, and we're happy to sit down with them and explain the process to them.
And show them the documentation and support it, which is easy to do. So thank you and your team for everything that they do.
Thank
for
you.
making us rated #1 in the country by MIT for a state in providing elections or managing elections. Thank you.
Absolutely. We have a great team. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to add, if I may, and I could be incorrect when I say this, but I know that, as you highlight, Commissioner Reynolds, when you get a new driver's license, you update your address. But I think the system is all integrated now, where if you wanted to, you can have, when you go in for your driver's license or the renewal or an update to your address,
Yes.
it can then update your voter registration.
Yes, it can.
And so it makes it very easy just to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And I know along with that, I think we've had some issues in the past with candidates. When they've done that, it's changed their voter registration. So when they went and had to do any paperwork, they've had to be understanding that they've had to update and reflect that with their paperwork. But I know it's a pretty easy.
Yeah, it's a much easier process for voters now. They can do that at the DMV. Any other questions, commissioners? No? All righty, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other elected officials? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair Murillo, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, Chaparro, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Ruben Reyes, Chief Deputy. Just wanted to let the public know that the Assessor's Office is very, very busy. Our office staff is working on permits, getting ready to send the tax roll over to the treasurer. Our title department is very, very busy. These ladies are processing approximately 100 to 200 deeds a week, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. The customers that are coming in has increased tremendously as the construction in Doña County is crazy. The big thing that we have been working on is we recently just completed our server migration. This was a project that prior to us coming in, our server had already outlived itself. And thank you to Mr. Kent English and all of the IT staff. I mean, this took us over a year. It was something that was supposed to happen within a couple of months, and we had people not holding up their end of the deal. So thank you to Mr. English and his staff for stepping in and speaking it because I don't, and helping us. And I'd like Mr. Reyes to kind of explain a little bit what this new server migration means for the county.
Good morning, Commission. How are you? As Ms. Ortega, Assessor Ortega said, this painstaking process that took over a year to do does help us. It's our CAMA system server, or what our CAMA system is our appraisal program and all our data. So that server was long overdue. We had to switch to it probably about 4 years ago, but we finally took it on. It was quite a challenge with the vendor. However, the IT department and Ken English, Mr. Ken English did a wonderful job putting this together and getting our project together. September 5th was when we did and started the migration. On September 6th, we had to shut down our office, both the treasurers and the assessors, so we could do this server migration. And I like to say that it went out without a hitch. We're back up and running. And what does this mean for us? Faster retrieval of our data, better space, more updates, security, and all the good things that come with our IT department looking over our data. Also, it has our data locally on our server, not the cloud, so if we ever get audited, we have our local copy available as needed. So that's another plus for the server migration. That means less downtime, more concise and speedy recovery of our data. So with that being said, the server migration was painstaking, long overdue, but it has been done and completed. So I'd like to thank you guys and the IT department for all their help and support. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, real quick clarification. Our office did not shut down that day, nor did the treasurers. There was just a lot of tasks we could not perform for customers. We did have a few customers that were not very happy, but thank God we can do that now. So we were still there working, answering questions and doing what we could do for the public. And as I always say, I would like the people of Doña County to know that if they have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. We are here to serve. A lot of times we may tell customers things they don't want to hear, but it is being fair and equitable. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Any other county elected officials input? I see in here none. Commission input. Any commissioner? Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just want to say thank you to Chairman Sheldon Hernandez for stepping in for the ribbon cutting of the EV fast charging stations we have out front in the county. I know we had talked about them becoming active in the previous meeting, but I'm excited because I think we're now up to 3 locations where we have these chargers. We have 2 located here at the Government Center, one at the City Hall in Anthony, and then at the Village Hall in Hatch. And in particular, it just happens that I've seen those visitors in the village of Hatch that happen to go on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. They go and they charge, and then they go into Sparky's and get some food. So one of the things that I just want to highlight for the public that have any questions about the infrastructure is one of the nice things about the infrastructure is that when you're charging, it's much like a gas station where you get out, you may go into the store, buy something, some snacks, refreshments, use a restroom. The charging stations are usually located in a place where they have similar facilities. But in a case like this, where they are still outside, they're not at a gas station, it gives an opportunity for people passing through the county to maybe see another part of a town, of a city and a neighborhood that maybe they haven't been to before. And so they charge, they go into a restaurant, they go into a park, they go into, and just kind of have an opportunity to explore. And so this is kind of a nice opportunity to be able to showcase the different areas of our county while people charge. And we have the infrastructure to now provide that for those with electric vehicles as well as the county's electric vehicle fleet. But I'm excited for these chargers to be operational. I'm excited for the public to use them. And again, I'm appreciative of the staff along with partnering with El Paso Electric and MDOT to get this infrastructure out and operational. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate some of the comments that we had today about Memorial Hospital, but I think that to basically unknowledgeably accuse this board of not taking action at all is not correct. We had county manager was on the board at Memorial Hospital. The mayor was on the board for Memorial Hospital. We had local people in the community on the board for Memorial Hospital, and they all understood what the contract was. And I had conversations with several of them over the years after conversations with Yoli to basically point out that they had responsibilities in order to investigate and take action, especially when the section of the hospital closed for mental health. And to say that this board, or no one on this board, took any action at all, I would take exception to that, to say that, yes, we did take action. Collectively, as a board, we did not take enough action in order to make a change as quickly as we should have. And I will take responsibility for that. And we do create these boards, we create these committees in order to provide representation to protect the citizens and take action. When the people that we appoint to these boards don't take the appropriate action, then yes, this board should take action. However, we're not always aware of all the information necessary in order to take the appropriate action and how to take the appropriate action. So I do appreciate the recommendation and the request that we take action sooner, but don't think that we aren't aware and trying to take action when we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any other commission comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes.
So move.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro.
Second.
We have a second
Murillo.
by... It was you?
Yes.
Oh, by Vice Chair Murillo, and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any changes, corrections, or questions? Seeing none, Brandy.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sheldro Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries, minutes are approved. Moving on to approvals, we have item number 24, which is a resolution delegating to the county manager limited contract and grant approval authority. Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This is a resolution to bring the signature authority of the county manager back up from the actions that the board previously took during the transition times in order to set this up for incoming county manager Scott Andrews. We are not administratively married to the dollar amounts that are in here, so if the commission would like to see different dollar amounts or a different structure, we are happy to make changes. We did a survey of Class A counties and found a wide range of signature authorities from $60,000 up to $300,000. So we picked kind of in the middle as a recommendation, $150,000. There are some other things that the commission could ask us to go back and do, either to approve this resolution or in a future resolution, such as the signature authority for applying for grants and awards that either do not have a match requirement or have a match requirement below a certain threshold. That would certainly reduce waiting time for some of our departments on being able to apply for some of these grants, as well as reduce some of the things that we're currently bringing to the board on the consent calendar typically. So that's just one of the examples of things that could be added on or changed. But really, we're bringing this to you certainly for action if you think that this is ripe for action, but happy to take recommendations and bring back to you in the future if you think we need to do that as well.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Yes, I think we have to have a motion on this.
We do.
Discussion, so I'd
Are
make a
you
motion to
making the
approve.
motion? Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Reynolds.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Board discussion.
Mr. Chair. In section 1, I have a tremendous concern about the last section. The last sentence in the first paragraph actually states that the county manager further authorized to issue change orders and task orders, amendments, and modifications except if such action results in an annual contract cost exceeding $150,000. So basically what we would be doing by authorizing this section 1 is saying that the county manager can not only approve contracts up to $150,000, but actually give him the authority to approve contracts up to $300,000, okay, without coming to the board. We've seen that actually happen in the past with the NAMI, where they were actually allowed to have a contract up to $100,000 without approaching the board, and we didn't even know about it until a year later when they tried to increase the contract. I think that this should actually say something like, yes, he can do the $150,000, but anything, time he comes back to the board for anything more than, say, 10% of that or 20% of that, whatever the contract is, that the board be brought into the process. I like to put it into a percentage. Let's say if anything exceeds more than 25% of the original contract, I think the board should have to vote on it.
Mr. Chairman, I think I understand exactly what Commissioner Reynolds is saying, but I don't know that I agree that my interpretation is the same. I think the intent, and I could be wrong, and I'll have to open it up to Mr. Gooden or Mr. Lopez, but I think the intent of that is that if they can go up to a contract, if the amendment creates a situation where the contract exceeds $150,000 with the amendment, then they would have to come to board for board approval. I don't think it allows an additional $150,000 on top of the original contract. But I don't know if I'm understanding that correctly, Mr. Lopez or Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, you are correct. That is why the wording does say, except if such action results in the annual contract cost exceeding $150,000. So we are anticipating that $150,000 as a hard cap.
Okay.
And I don't know, Commissioner Reynolds, and I think I understand I understand your concern because it's more, I understand, but based on past precedent. So I think if there's a way in which, I don't know if there's another way to word it so that it's clearer.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I think you're correct, and thanks for that clarification. Because the last time we approved this, it actually didn't have the limitation on the overall contract for the year. That was the difference. So and rereading it and re-understanding, then I think you're correct, that it is a total cap of $150,000 on any contract, regardless of the amount that the change is requested without coming back to the board. So I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez, a couple of things. I don't know, you had mentioned, I know, an amendment of if there's no match on a grant application, providing that authority, and then you said there could be others, do you have a list of other potential items that either the departments or you have that might help streamline the process that might make sense to add in?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, thank you for that question. The applications is the biggest pain point. I'd have to go back and consult with staff if there are others that I'm not aware of that they've just been kind of muddling through and managing. I do believe a lot of it will be addressed by having this increased signature authority and that stipulation that task orders and changes can be authorized up to that hard cap of $150,000. So that's the only one at this point. And it can wait until incoming county manager Scott Andrews hits the ground to see if he can think of anything else that we might want to bring back, maybe even as a separate resolution.
Thank you. I think it's, to me, like I said, like that seems like some common sense changes or additions that where it'll just streamline things and make things easier for the staff. I'd love to be able to understand, instances like this or in other policies that we have, are there things that we might be able to revise and be able to hopefully allow the staff to be able to have a little more freedom to do the right things or to do things they need to do. The other question I had, and I don't know if it necessarily needs to be in this resolution, in the past, we had asked for any contracts that were within signature authority of the county manager to be sent to us like on a either biweekly or a monthly report. I think we may have gotten that once or twice. I don't know if that's at all possible, whether that's in the resolution or outside of it. But I'd like to see, just so that way the commission has an understanding of contracts that are signed. And like I said, I think it's just more for us to be able to understand if something is signed, we're aware of it. And that way, if we ever have a case in which someone asks us about it, we're just aware of when it was signed or and by whom. I don't know if that's something that would be better put into the resolution, or is it just a request on the side?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, that is very doable. Amanda Gomez in the county manager's office does maintain tracking of everything that comes across for signatures in an Excel spreadsheet. We are happy to share that document to the board at whatever frequency the board would like. And then if you would like a regular presentation on it, that can be arranged as well. You let us know what the pleasure of the board is. Happy to do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank Mr. Lopez for bringing this forward. However, I think that with Mr. Andrews coming on board in about 3 weeks, more or less, it might be a little premature to move forward unless we have some of his input. I think it would be wise to have his input if he would like less or more, or what he's thinking about this signature authority. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
There's one other question that I had on the amount for sale of real personal and real property of $150,000, looking at a state statute 13.6-2 in section D. It actually states that except for as provided in section 13.6-2.1, requiring State Board of Finance approval for certain transactions, sale or disposition of real or tangible property having a current value of more than $5,000 may be made by the state agent, local body, school district, or state educational institution if the sale or disposal has been approved by the state budget office. And so there's concerns about the authority to actually just get rid of property that's more than $5,000 without some sort of guidelines. And given the county manager authority to do it for up to $150,000, I'd like to have some clarification on exactly how this state statute applies to what we're trying to do.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, the statute you're referring to, if I recall it correctly, is for the county selling our own property to somebody else.
That's correct.
So this would not affect that because this is actually only signature authority for acquisitions? Unless there's language that I missed when we drafted it.
thank you, Mr. County Manager. I'm not sure if it's only for sale. I think it may be something in there about purchasing too, but I'd like to do some more research and take some time, as Commissioner Chaparro has requested, to review this.
Okay. Any other commissioner comment?
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this item to a date certain of October the 10th, I think is the first meeting in October.
Second.
We have
Correct.
motion.
Sorry, would I be able to ask for a friendly amendment to that motion?
Sure.
It's October 8th.
Okay.
That would be,
He's starting October 7th, we'll have the meeting October 8th. Okay. I'd like to rescind my motion and make a motion to postpone this item to a date certain of October the 8th.
Second.
That's good. I didn't have my calendar in front of me.
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
If I may just make a quick, I was good, I think, approving it now or making additional changes, but I support the motion. I think I would, particularly if it's at all possible, Mr. Lopez, to kind of have that feedback from the department and to understand if there might be some other opportunities for us to, like I said, help streamline or make their lives a little bit easier with some of these things. I'd like to be able to get that feedback, so that might be something we can incorporate in approvals. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, we do have a motion to postpone until the October the 8th meeting. Any other discussion on this? No. Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion passes. Okay, moving on through approvals, we do have item number 25, which is Doña County Unrepresented Staff Compensation Clarification. And we do have our HR Director, Ms. Haynes. Welcome.
I was just seeing if they would put up my presentation. Okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Meg Haynes. I am the Human Resources Director, and I'm here today to request approval of a resolution which will clarify the established practice for unrepresented employees, including DASO, detention and fire command staff, who reach the maximum salary of an established range. I apologize, just waiting for that. I think they're on the wrong date. It should be 9/10. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Doña County Code states that the county will have a compensation plan with a salary schedule consisting of pay grade ranges containing minimum and maximum salary or grade and step range for each job. The county has such a structure. Excuse me, sorry. So we have established practice. On December 12th of 2017, the board approved a resolution number 2017-118 adopting a DASO command staff pay table. That resolution indicated that the steps would be implemented each July 1. Once at the top step of a rank, employee became eligible for county-awarded COLAs. COLA awarded as a lump sum rather than adjustment to their base salary. It also indicated a 13% bridge above the sergeant and 74 cents per step, totaling a total of 6 steps for the lieutenant. A 6% bridge from the lieutenant to the captain with 80 cents per step, with a total of 3 steps for captain, and then a 4% bridge between captain and major with 88 cents per step, and then the major has 2 steps. For unrepresented employees other than DASO command staff whose salary would exceed the range or last step, the amount approved by commission that was over the maximum, the amount has been paid out in equal increments over that fiscal year. So that is established practice. So right now, we are requesting approval of the resolution submitted to clarify in writing that any amount exceeding the maximum of the range will be divided into equal increments and paid out during the fiscal year for which the increase was approved. The resolution will continue to enable the county to recognize and reward the contributions of unrepresented employees. The reason behind spreading the amount out is so that the amount is para-eligible rather than one lump sum which is not para-eligible. So I stand for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, we authorized a 5% pay increase to the everyone in the county about 3 years ago. And it's my understanding that the people at the top of the pay scale did not receive that 5%. Am I correct?
I'm not sure what year you are referring to. Sorry, Chair, Commissioner Reynolds.
Ms. Weir would know. Ms. Weir, would you like to answer that question, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. No, that is not correct. If they were authorized to get the 5% and they were at the top of the range for DASO command staff, it would have been in a lump sum amount. For others, it would have been distributed through the year.
Well, it's, okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting comments from people in the county that disagree with that. So is there some way you can prove to us that, in fact, they did receive that 5% that we authorized as a board?
We would certainly be able to look at that, but we would need the names to know who to look at instead of looking at every possible employee.
We can probably get that. I'm concerned about this because I know at the top of the range, okay, there's been a lot of discussion about the unrepresented senior staff at the county. And without us going in and expanding the range prior to authorizing a 5% or a 3% or whatever raise, which is not necessarily a COLA raise, okay, a COLA raise would be limited to whatever the increase in cost of living is. So I know that this county and this board has in the past authorized increases that exceeded the COLA. So if I read this correctly, we're limiting the raise of the senior staff to whatever the COLA is, regardless of what this board decides we need to do in order to accommodate the pay raise for everybody at the county. Am I reading it incorrectly?
I would add the clarification that this resolution, unlike the DASO command staff resolution, does not specify COLA. The command staff resolution did specify COLA, and that was the proposal put forward by the Sheriff's Department. HR at the time had made recommendations for modification because there were concerns, and they declined to consider the recommendations. So this would remedy those issues.
Okay, is it possible, or should we as a board, excuse me, I just knocked my seat down, sorry. My seat just fell. I think as a board, we should actually get out some more information about exactly how this has been handled in the past, including possible outside investigation as to the pay practices in the past before we approve something like this. It's my recommendation because I know there was a lot of problem a couple of years ago which didn't get satisfied to my, it wasn't explained to my satisfaction, and I'm still curious about it. So I'd like to see some feedback from some of the senior staff be presented as part of the information before we approve this.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I might add something into this, this primarily affects, I think it's 3 groups. DASO command staff, because they have a step plan that no other high-level employees in the county that are unrepresented have. It affects detention because they also have a step plan for their command staff. And I think, I'm not positive, but I think it affects fire because they also have a step plan for their unrepresented higher employees. And so what they have done by those step plans being approved by the board has said, we're going to guarantee these people raises every year or every 3 year, whatever it is their step plan calls for, regardless of what else the board does. So you have the other unrepresented management level employees only get a raise when the board says we're going to give a 5% to all unrepresented employees. Except we have this group, the Sheriff's Department Command, Detention Command, Fire Command, that's already worked in. They're going to get a raise every single year, every 3 year, whatever their step plan calls for. So that's where the distinction comes in. Those are the ones that get affected by when the board says we're going to do a 5% across the board, but we already have another group that has a different pay plan in place. And I know some of these recent pay increases that were done in the budgets were for unrepresented without pay plans or different ways they've been done. So that's what causes the distinction, just to lump them in and say, well, this group of people didn't get pay raises, they didn't get the full 5%. Well, their step plan may not have called for a 5% this year. Theirs may have been every 3 years they got a 5% or whatever it is. Or they get for Sheriff's Command staff, if the union gets a raise because they negotiate one so that the sergeants get something, an increase, the lieutenants automatically get an increase, the captains automatically get an increase, the major automatically gets an increase because of the step plan has been approved for them that is tied to whatever the union pay plan is in that particular case. So it is a little more complicated than just they didn't get a 5%. And it also said in the pay plan, at least for the sheriffs, it said how it would be addressed if they reach the maximum of their particular step plan. And I'm looking at Major Day there. I know for Major, I think there are 2 steps in that plan. And so anytime there's another pay raise that would be necessitated for that particular position, that pay plan, as it currently says, is that it will be a lump sum. Whether that's a good, bad, or different, I don't know. But it does cause contentions. And I think the purpose of this that's being presented today is to help alleviate that and put it in so that instead of having this lump sum, that it would then increase what that particular step would be for that particular individual.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I don't really know how to respond to all the things you said, but I think it would behoove this board to have a better understanding of what this means to the people that work for the county and the leadership of this county. I believe there are roughly 10, 15, 20 people that are really affected by this in either a positive or negative way. And I would appreciate getting some information from as much as possible from those people about this and some recommendations as to what this board should do rather than just hearing this one side of it at this point. Just my recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chapato.
Thank you. And I'm not talking about the DASO staff or any other employees. I'm talking about the supervisors that are unrepresented. And this question was posed to me, and I didn't know how to answer it, quite frankly, because I didn't know enough about it. But this message was sent to me. Regarding unrepresented compensation clarification, I'm in this situation. When the following COLA happens in FY 2026, I would get less if the COLA had I received the full COLA. This isn't fair to those of us who have worked many years, some cases 15, 20, 25 years to get the top of the pay band. Why isn't the range being increased? Or why aren't these employees moved up to the next pay band? I pay the exact same things for groceries, rent, everything else everyone is paying. So I didn't know how to respond to that. So if you would please respond in a way that I can understand. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Chapato, thank you for that question. The unrepresented pay scale is moved by the percent of the increase. So in that situation, the example that you had given, next year, if the board awarded a 3% increase, the scale would move, okay? And so that person would still remain at the maximum of the pay scale, but they would get the 3%. There are limited examples of somebody on the regular pay scale, unrepresented pay scale, that would not get the full 3% on their base, and maybe a portion of it would be a lump sum because they've exceeded the base. But if it's 3% and the scale is moved 3%, that person at the maximum, they would still be at the maximum, but with that 3%, so they would get the 3%. I'm sorry?
In a lump sum?
Yes, they would get a lump sum if the 3% took them above the maximum. So if the scale moves, then the person moves with the scale. If for some reason market does not, let's say the commission says 10%, but market does not support moving the range 10%, and it's only moved 5%, and that person's at the max, they would get 5% on their base, and then the 5% remaining, taking them over the maximum, they would get in a lump sum payment spread out over the fiscal year, so that way it's eligible for para. Hearing from employees on whether they would like that lump sum eligible for para or not, most employees have said they would like that eligible for para, to hit their para. So yes, and we have the pay scale looked at annually. And additionally, the county has just signed a task order for a full classification and compensation study. So, you know, we may see changes in our structure, how classification works, and in our salary structure. So that will be yet to come as we work through this classification and compensation study. In reference to moving to another pay band, once somebody reaches the maximum, the way our structure is set up, it's not set up just to move to another pay band. It would be based off of a different position, higher level responsibilities. For somebody that is at the maximum of a pay band, the supervisor can work with them. They can talk to their HR administrator for different suggestions or options. Sometimes gaining additional education may help. Looking for a position with greater responsibility or supervisory responsibility. Additionally, the county has worked to create some career ladders. So, you know, some of them are automatic. When somebody receives a certain license, they automatically go to the next grade level. Some of it is once they exceed or gain additional skills, they can apply for a vacant position. With those, that would be a natural career ladder. So, you know, the main thing is not to jeopardize or have an issue with employees' pay. It's to continue to reward employees. And, you know, we're constantly looking at that to see, and that's why at this point we are going into the classification and compensation review.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, one more question, please.
Of course, Commissioner
Thank
Chaparro.
you. So if I'm understanding this, and please jump in if I'm not, but let's say that we have a supervisor that is at the max. They cannot go up any further. And so that's it. And so the only thing they're getting is their COLA, and that's ultimately going to affect their retirement in the long run because there's no room for advancement. Even though we have the different options, we have the career ladders, et cetera, unless, I mean, what do they do in a case like that? I know there's a handful of employees that are in that exact situation. How do we address that?
And there, Chair, Commissioner Chapato, sorry. There are some employees that are at the maximum of the range for which they're in. And so there may be different options available to them, other than if they stay in place and they just receive the regular increases when when market moves the pay plan. That's what they would get, other than the lump sum spread over the fiscal year. So there may be some things, depending on what type of position it is, to where the department can look at it to see, is there a way to create another level in between levels? There could be that. It could be gaining additional education, certifications. In some senses, that would make sense. Others, we could look to see if there is another position within the county that they're interested in that would be at a higher pay band. And their HR administrator and their supervisor could work with them for them to gain those skills to be able to go to that position or apply for that position. So plus, like I said, we are looking at our classification plan, and that may change some. So that may change what I'm saying here today, ways to move throughout the structure.
Okay, last follow-up, well, maybe not, depending. So, I'm hearing the career ladders, I'm hearing, different classification, maybe another position in another department if they're interested. And this may be a hard question to respond to, but let's say I'm a supervisor in IT, and there is no other way for me to move up unless I take Kent's job. So, and I'm at the top of the pay scale, and there's nothing else for me to do, because if I'm a supervisor, I'm at the top, regardless of what department I move to. Mm-hmm. If I need further compensation and I take classes, certifications, whatever I need to take, how long, if I take all of that, how long does it take HR to respond to that request? I don't need an exact time, but maybe a range of months, because if I'm going to be waiting around for a year or two to have my pay increase, then Kent might be in danger when he crosses the street.
Chair, Commissioner Chapato, thank you for that question. I guess I have a multifaceted answer for that. The first is, let's say the employee is in IT and has no degree, and they decide that they want to pursue an associate degree. Most likely, depending on their schedule, what they're able to do, most people can get an associate degree in 2 years. However, working full-time, it may spread out a little bit further than that. But let's say the person already has some credits. It takes them a year to get their associate's degree. It's relevant to their job in IT. Then once they confer that degree, then they can give that diploma transcripts to the supervisor, and the supervisor can initiate the paperwork to have additional pay based on education implemented. As long as we have the appropriate documentation, it shouldn't take more than a week to get that processed, going through all approvals.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, I have some couple other questions as well. So let's say that I'm at the top of the scale and I'm making $100,000, and the board authorizes, I think your example was 10%, but I was only allowed to get 5% raise. So that means my actual pay would go from $100,000 to $105,000, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the other $5,000 would be given to me in payments throughout the year, so it would be, and so since para is based on the total income, so you're saying for that year, my para would be paid for $110,000 instead of $105,000, right?
Right.
Okay, but my pay the next year would only be $105,000 because the lump sum would go away.
Correct.
All right, so So basically what you're saying is I can't give a 10% raise in 1 year. That'll be carried over to the next year if they're at the top of the level, unless we expand the band.
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, that is correct.
Okay, so we are never, as far as I'm concerned, or I'm aware of in the 6 years, we've never been asked as a board, but maybe mentioned one time in budgeting to expand the band for the upper level people. And when we had the discussion, it was simply said that we couldn't expand the band. And so how, this doesn't feel right to me in any way, anyhow. Okay? If we authorize an increase of 5% and COLA is only 2%, they don't get the whole 5%. They get something plus a lump sum. That's not what this board is trying to do, in my opinion. If we're going to give a raise to everybody and everybody across the board gets a 5%, everybody gets 10%, I would not appreciate it if I were an employee and you chunk mine into two different areas where one was a raise and the other one was just, a check. Because it just doesn't seem like we're showing respect to the people who run the county that way. Now, call me stupid, call me whatever, I don't care, but I'm not comfortable with that personally. And if this continues, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to say no to this every time it comes up. So, thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, thank you for that input. I'm not aware of that discussion that you started with. However, we follow the code, which states minimum and maximum. That could be changed. There are other avenues that we can look at, longevity increases, look at not having maximums, although maximum of ranges is best practice. And typically, companies look at lump sum increases, longevity increases, ways to work with the employees to gain additional skills, experience in order to progress. What happens when you don't have a maximum of a range is compression, and then also positions can be above market. And so then what you're looking at is if market typically says this type of position pays between, I don't know, 30,000 and 70,000, and now, there's no maximum, and now there's people making 125,000, it overinflates the market of that position.
I don't mean to disagree, but it sounds to me like if we keep a cap at the highest level with the most people, and then we raise up everybody else below them, that the compression's going to happen automatically. So I don't understand the term compression if, in fact, we need to expand the range in order to pay the upper level people the same amount we're paying everybody else. So I'm $20 an hour, you give me 5%, I get 5%, or 10%. Okay, let's say 10%. The people at the upper level, I say they get 10%. Well, they don't really get 10%, they only get 5% because we've capped it. So now the compression comes from the bottom up as opposed from the top down. So the compression concept just doesn't make sense the way you're explaining it to me.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I might, there are several things that have created the compression issues. One was when the minimum wage was changed to $15 an hour. The lower ends of the scale were moved up, and the upper ends of the scale were not moved up in a commensurate amount. So that automatically created some compression.
That was the city. We didn't raise it to $15 an hour, did we?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so we just matched the city.
That's correct. The board approved matching the city's minimum wage.
All right, thank you.
The other issue you have is that with your step plans for the public safety command staff positions, you have bridges built into the resolutions you've approved. If you do not have a maximum to a range, you don't have a bridge to keep the supervisor at a higher rate of pay than those they are supervising. So if you have a lieutenant who, say, in the DASO structure has 6 steps in the scale, but they work 8 years, and you don't cap that, then they will be making more than the entry-level captain above them. And so you are exacerbating compression issues by not having a maximum of the range. And I am not aware of any industry or any business that does not have a market range for a position.
Well, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm going to let everybody else talk for a second. Thank you. I'm still confused.
Okay, we are going to take a quick break. I'm being asked. We will be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back from our break. We will continue off where we were. Commissioners? Meg, where do we want to pick it up at? Do we want to hear from, we do have a couple people, I think, that wanted to speak from public comment. We want to go ahead and bring them in. Up, out, forward. Public comment, anyone? Sure, join us.
Morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Sancho. My name is John Day. I'm the major with the Doña County Sheriff's Office. Been a county employee for 21 years. Every time you all grant a pay increase, wage increase, COLA, whatever compensation increase you want to call it, it's become a challenge within my office for my 13 command staff members to receive that. We have gone round for round over every pay increase that you guys have granted. I'm a pretty simple person. When I see a Board of County Commissioners that grant all unrepresented staff a 5% pay increase, I would anticipate or expect to see a 5% pay increase to my staff, so an hourly rate increase of 5%. Unfortunately, that does not happen within the Sheriff's Office. I find it curious that Attorney Nelson Gooden states that we have a step increases within our pay structure, and that in itself represents wage increases. But the detention center and the fire department have step increases, and they granted the 5% an hourly wage increase to them, but not to my staff. I also find it curious that we are here discussing on this resolution the ability for the lump sum to be broken up and para-eligible. But for 3 of my staff, we 2 days ago granted the lump sum to them in its entirety, thereby not making it para-eligible for them. So I don't understand why we have this resolution here today, excuse me, to discuss this, to make that funding para-eligible, because in the end it's about retirement. And that takes from those guys the ability to have that in their salary as an increase. I handed out to you all a document kind of showing just a purview across of the higher end positions, and I'm just speaking for myself as the major, which though it doesn't say director, I do have 230 employees I'm responsible for underneath the sheriff, and I'm the highest paid county employee in the sheriff's department. So I don't know if that what qualifies as a director or not in the decisions I make, but when I look across the board here, I see that my fellow coworkers have all received their 5% pay increase, making them some of the top earners within the county. Yet, when I look at it from my perspective, where I'm at, I got a 1% pay increase, just speaking for myself, when you all said to grant 5%. As I look at this resolution, I appreciate the County Manager, Stephen Lopez, for aiding and trying to come to a resolution with solving the language and looking at what we can do to equally apply what your will was, which was a 5% pay increase. I just want to make it perfectly clear, one of the commitments as supervisory staff does to the county is by being unrepresented is we entrust within you all to fairly look across the board, make sure that pays are equitable across, that we are treated the same as everybody else. And like I said at the beginning of this conversation, I have seen too many times that we have pay grants or pay increases by the board that the Sheriff's Department command staff has to come back in and battle it out with county management to assess that pay to us. I know in previous ones I've talked to each of you on a chance about this or a discussion about it and how to assess this or address this issue. And so I'm glad to see it's coming before the board as a whole to be able to have a conversation. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions, commissioners?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Major Day, so do you know, and I was trying to look it up on my PCR reports, do you know how much these people were getting paid, say, 5 years ago versus you?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
Okay, I guess maybe Meg could provide that for us. I'd like to see this chart show what the pay was for these positions 5 years ago versus yours, and how that's changed over the last 5 years, because it's my understanding when I came here that none of these positions 6 years ago paid more than $80,000, $90,000. And they've almost doubled in 5 years, 6 years. And I think I can prove that if I can pull up my PCR, but my laptop's not allowing me to do it right now. But I don't remember anybody getting paid more than maybe 105, when I came 6 years ago. So that would mean that he got almost a 50% raise over the last 5 or 6 years. And now, only PCR can tell us that. But I'd like to see some analysis as to how much the pay has increased in different departments and different organizations over the last 5 years, and compare that to say to you guys at the top of the scale and see how that's changed. I think it's worth actually having that information before we make a decision about how to manage the pay going forward. Mr. Chair, that's just my request. Before we make this decision, I'd like to see some data that shows just something like this about some comparison between different levels of the organization and how the pay has changed over the last 5 years in each organization. And I also understand that reclassification is what I think Ms. Hines was talking about. And reclassification is like pulling hen's teeth in this organization. HR, as far as I'm concerned, has people do unnatural things in order to get a reclassification, and many times it just doesn't happen. And I'm really, and this what we're doing here doesn't support that in any way at all. And I know I'm not the only one that feels that way.
Okay. Any other questions for Major Day? Seeing none, thank you. Is there any other individual that would like to address the commission?
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Shaljo Hernandez. My name is Marcela Reyes. I work in the IT department. I've been with the county. Next month will be 20 years. I'm one of those employees that's at the top of the pay scale. There was 1 year that I experienced where the market didn't meet what the county was offering for increases. So I did get the pay over the period of time. It would be nice if this resolution could have some language in there indicating that, that would be happening if the market doesn't support our increase, just so that it's clear to the employees what's happening. Because I was feeling like, I'm being treated poorly, I guess, because I've made it to the top, but I can't go any higher. I'm a senior programmer. There's no really higher than I can go unless my boss leaves, and I really don't feel like I want to supervise people because it's a lot of work. I'm happy with what I do. I enjoy what I do, and I do look forward to the compensation plan that the contractor comes up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, just one other question. I know that there's an HR, and this is for Ms. Hayes. I know that there's an HR evaluation study coming on, the consultant and everything else. When will that come about, Meg?
Chair, Meg Haynes, HR Director. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, it is already in the works. We will have our first meeting the week of September 16th.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, sorry, Madam Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we actually postpone this item until after that study is done and have time to review some additional data to support some of these discussions. And I would say the date certain should be second meeting in September or first meeting in October.
Do we know how long, well, there is a motion on the table to postpone until that, to a date that was given. Is there a second on that motion? I'll second it for the time being. how long would something like this actually take? Because the second meeting is, 2 weeks away. Is this going to be done by then?
Chair Sheldrell Hernandez, it'll take about 6 months
Okay.
for a
So,
full class and comp study.
Mr. Chair, I think I withdraw my motion to postpone until after the study's done.
okay.
Okay, will you?
I will
withdraw your
postpone my second.
Yeah,
And
I
Mr.
will-
Chair, I'm sorry.
no, please, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and out of fairness, and I will say this because we all learned this firsthand with the summer internship program, I think it took a lot of HR's time between March and August. And I'm very much aware of that. And hopefully, we're moving forward to hiring, if this commission wishes to continue with that summer internship program, that we're moving forward to getting another coordinator besides HR, because it's taken a toll on the HR department. So if we can just keep that in mind, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, if no one else is watched, we still would like to make a motion that we actually postpone this until the first meeting in October.
First meeting when?
In
October. That'd be October the 8th.
Okay. We have a motion to postpone till October 8th. Do we have a second? Not seeing one, the motion does fail. Well, commissioners, what are we wanting to do?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Right now, I just don't see, I see both sides to the issue. I see the concerns from the employees. I see the concerns that we're trying to address with the proposed resolution here. But I think, to Commissioner Reynolds' point, this is something I think we need to address after, we need to have this study done so that we can take an extensive view on this. I know this is, for a lack of a better term, if we were to approve this, I almost feel like we are in a way kicking the can down the road. But I almost feel that's in essence what we're doing, because we need to figure out a way in which to compensate all of our employees, especially the unrepresented, in a manner in which they deserve. But I also understand the constraints that we're putting into this. I don't know, if we postpone this a month, 2 months, 3 months, I don't see us, I could be wrong. I don't see any other meaningful changes coming or information during that time until we have the complete study. So I just feel like we either need to make a decision now whether we vote on this, yes or no, or basically, I guess in a way, we can postpone it until later on. But again, it's basically voting no at this point. So in my mind, we just got to make a decision on what we want to do, unless there's, like I said, unless somebody else that hasn't already, if there's some other information that hasn't come up that's missing that would help drive us in a direction. I just don't see us going in a different
Mr.
direction.
Chair?
Yes.
If I can just offer a quick comment that might assist the board. Because people have already or should have already received either the lump sum or the scheduled payments for this fiscal year, there should not be a time pressure. We can take a little while for the comp and class study to go through. And then, of course, I'm quite confident none of the board members will forget this as an issue when it comes time to discuss budget for next fiscal year. But certainly that gives a little bit of time for the work behind the scenes to take place. And of course, any direction from the board to staff as to things you would like them to look at as part of the comp and class study would be very helpful.
Mr. Chair, I need one question answered.
Yes.
If it's possible. And that is, if we decide to do something today, or if we decide not to do something today, will that either of those impact the pay for the officers that are concerned here, these 14, 15, 16 officers, or employees, will any decision we make today make a difference in them before the end of the year? If we say yes to this, will it make a difference in their pay between now and December? If we say no, will it make a difference in their pay between now and December?
Chair, may
Yeah.
I? Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, are you referring to the employees that Major Day had mentioned,
The ones that are at the top of the scale?
that Major Day mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I just needed clarification. Those are command staff, and they have a step plan, and everybody was moved to their appropriate step and then given an increase, except for three people also received the increase, however, they were at the top step. So the difference in the 5% they received in a one lump sum payment based on the resolution that is currently in place.
So,
We would have rather spread it out, but the resolution that's currently in place says a lump sum. And so they have progressed in their step plan according to the resolution. And those three individuals that were at the last step in their rank received a percentage, and then the difference of the 5% as a one lump sum payment.
okay, so you're telling me that these individuals have already received the pay that they could be entitled to, and if in fact we made some decision on this resolution?
Correct.
Okay, and that the lump sum that they received is not an increase in pay?
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, for three individuals in that command staff step plan, they received a percent of the 5%. I think it ranged from 1.29% to 3.4%.
Okay.
Based off of the movement of the step. Then the difference for those three employees to the 5% was given in a one lump sum payment.
Which
And-
they're not entitled to next year?
Well, depending on what happens next year, the three people plus if there's anybody else now at the last step of the rank that they're in, depending on what happens, their steps will move according to the CWA plan. Their steps move according to the represented based off of the resolution. And I have copies of the resolution. Would you like me to hand that out so you can see that?
You can, but help me understand. So they have from between 1.9 and 3.4, if I heard you correctly, and the additional amount up to 5% is given to them in one lump sum.
Correct.
So next year, they automatically get 5% next year, correct? No, they don't.
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, no, they do not. They would move, the step would move accordingly if the represented pay moves. Their steps will move. There's a bridge between each rank, so the lieutenant is a bridge of 13% above the sergeant. The captain is 6% above the lieutenant, and the major is 4% above the captain. So if there's movement with the represented side, then their steps change. Then, so let's say it comes out to 1 point whatever to 3 point whatever again, and the commission says everybody gets a 5% increase, they would get whatever percent increase moving their step or how the step moves, and then the rest would be a lump sum. It would be more of a COLA. However, if the commission passes this resolution or a similar resolution stating that anybody at the maximum of a range or at the last step receives a COLA in an amount spread over the fiscal year, then that's what they would go to.
Okay. I still think this is so complex that we need to take another look at it. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, really quick, Meg, just so that I understand. So even if this resolution went into effect today, it would not affect anything until July 1st of next year.
Chair Sheljo Hernandez, correct, unless the board gave another increase before then.
Okay. And between now and July 1st, we will be doing the study to see where everything is done, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The only thing that I see that is missing in this resolution that I find a little concerning is that it says that the compensation plan code requires that each salary range have a minimum and maximum salary amount. And thereas, puts in a statement, but now therefore, it says any amount exceeding the maximum of range will be divided into equal increments and paid out during the fiscal year for which the increase was approved. This resolution supersedes any other resolutions or directives. I see no issue in approving this, as it is a step towards coming up with a better plan after it's called comp and class study is complete. My only question is in this, doing it into equal increments, is it automatically going to be taken into consideration for para? Or do we need to put it in the resolution that this will go towards their para?
Chair Sheljo Hernandez, we can put it in the resolution that it does, that it is para-eligible funds.
But in general, it is not necessary in general because it will automatically be considered into para.
That is correct.
Okay. So in my mind, yes, we need to definitely look at this and figure this out, but it sounds like we're not going to get anywhere towards that until that comp and class study is completed. Okay? And if this board decides to do something mid-year as far as it goes with pay range or anything like that, this at least would be in place to where there is a guide on how to deal with this in the future instead of just doing a lump sum or anything like that. So this at least would be a step in some right direction to get it on para to at least cover that portion of the bigger picture. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, it is.
So is HR and county management's recommendation to this board to approve this resolution as is today?
Chair, HR's recommendation is to approve the resolution as it is today.
Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Chair, yes, from the county management side, as the interim county manager, I realize it's not going to make a difference in pay for anybody right now, but I think it does send a good signal that the board understands the concerns and has intent to move in the right direction, and we're at least establishing that for right now.
Okay. So this is just a fix until we get the common class done in case there is some kind of an increase within the next 6 to 8 months. Well, between now and July 1st. Okay.
Chair.
I do see Major Day wanting to give comment. Major Day, please join us and let us know.
Major Day, Chair, just a quick question on the
Can
intent
you
of this.
raise the mic up a little bit more? It's really, yeah, it's hard to hear you.
Major John Day, Doña County Sheriff's Office. Chair, just a quick question on this. So with the breaking up of the lump sum payment to be para-eligible, seeing how Human Resources cut checks to 3 of my employees on Friday last week, knowing this was on the resolution, how do we make sure that that's applicable?
Say that again?
So they cut checks to 3 of my employees for the surplus amount or that lump sum amount. When we had this resolution today that could make that money para-eligible.
I understand the question. I think that is a great question to have. I'm not sure how that works.
Madam
Commissioner.
Chair, Commissioners, this resolution doesn't affect what happened last week. It happens affects what, if it's passed, it affects what happens today going forward. Now, I don't know why, if we had a pay increase that went into effect in August, we're not paying it until September. There may be a reason for that. I don't know why. But this resolution would go into effect, would affect things that happen after today that it's passed. It doesn't affect what happened previously.
I understand that, but it's concerning to know that this resolution was coming up today and we cut checks literally Friday and Monday to those employees. So now that money is not para-eligible for them. Just to bring that to your attention.
If I may, Chair.
Yeah, please do.
Are you wanting to respond to Major Day's comment?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't know if that's the best approach right now, but Meg, go ahead. I do hear a call for the question.
I'll second that.
I have a second on the call for the question, so I'm going to go ahead and roll call vote this resolution. Or I'm going to, listen, I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve this resolution as stated, understanding that this will help in the para dynamic.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Mr. Gooden, after we've called the question and had a seconded, does he have the option to enter another motion before we vote?
There's no current motion on the table.
The call for the question is a motion.
Well, okay, we're calling the question. Did we have a motion to approve this item?
No, we did not.
Yeah, yes, we did.
We did?
Yes, we did.
Brad?
We had a motion to approve the item. In a second.
No, we didn't have a motion to approve. You
We did not
withdrew
have a motion to approve. The first motion that went through was
Yeah.
to postpone it.
And you withdrew your
So
motion.
there
and
was
so did
never
I.
a motion to this particular item.
So if you want to vote on the call the question, we can, but no one made a motion to approve.
I'm sorry that I thought I did make a motion and you seconded, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
No, you withdrew your motion and it was to postpone. We did not have a motion to approve.
Before we discussed it, I thought we had a motion.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez, we had a motion to postpone it to a date certain, a second by yourself.
Okay.
It was then withdrawn. After that, there was a motion to postpone to the August 8th meeting. That failed due to lack of second.
Okay. When we opened this discussion item, this approval item, did anyone move to approve to open up the discussion?
No.
No.
Okay. So do we feel the need to?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table by myself. We have a second by Vice Chair Murillo. Now's your time, commissioners, if you have any last comments. Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call vote the commission, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries, resolution's approved. Brandy?
That resolution is 2024-123.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a question.
Vice Chair.
So are we going to have any workshop or anything like that in the future regarding the other employees?
That's actually a really good question. So the question was, are we gonna do a work session on this specific topic? I think that's a perfectly fine and acceptable request. I would
Well-
definitely,
Well, I do request before, because my term ends in December, if we can have it before then.
okay. So with this comp and class study, can we just get a little bit more information of where we're at in the process, how that's looking? I know you all said about 6 to 8 months, which is a long time, but getting a kickoff going might be something that we can do to start that conversation and get some feedback on it.
Chair, Commissioner, or Vice Chair Murillo, with the class and comp study, yes, we can do a kickoff. We can have a work session to find out the commission's needs, wants, what they'd like to see with the study. And basically, it's taking a step-by-step look at classifications, the process that we use, as well as looking at markets. So definitely that can all be shared with you all.
Okay?
Okay.
So what I would request is that as soon as we get that groundwork, that we get a date in the calendar with the commission and start making some strides in this. And a work session is a perfect time that we have public comment where we can bring everyone together if we need to and get input from directors, department heads, the electeds that this affects their department, and we can get a lot of information. We can take notes and definitely start considering all those options. So that's what I would recommend. So thank you, Meg.
Thank you.
Okay. Last thing, not last thing, but we do have a hearing and ordinance, which is item number 26. Approve an ordinance enacting an improvement special assessment program, ISAP, within Doña County. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Pardon?
So moved.
We We have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. We have a second.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Okay, Commissioner Reynolds, kick it off.
The only thing I can tell you is this is a way to implement the commercial PACE program, which basically only does not provide first mortgage. It doesn't take that privilege away from the banks. It's a second mortgage. It's actually supported by all the developers that I'm aware of and I've spoken to here in the county. This is also a copy of what was actually passed in Bernalillo County. So we brought this down, they'd already implemented it, and all this does is establish the footprint for the ability in order to support CPACE applications by commercial entities in the county. I would request that you all support this.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And actually, I have many questions regarding this proposed ordinance. So I'll start with, personally, I think it's premature to delve into this because not all my questions have been answered. And so, I mean, we can either move forward to table to a later date until I can get all my questions answered, or we move forward with 20 or 30 questions I have, because, I mean, I have questions about program administrators, special assessment, the designee, just who the parties are going to be, what the fees are going to be, any prepayment penalties. I mean, to me, I understand that it worked in another county, but I can start with my questions if that need be, whatever you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, who did you ask your questions to, just for the record?
To you, Chair.
No, you sent me questions?
No, I have questions written down.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't send the questions. I actually went
Okay,
over
go
this
ahead.
last night, and I have a ton of
Sorry, I
questions.
misunderstood. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we go to page 313 of 324, under section 4 of findings, it states the Board of County Commissioner hereby declares that it has considered all relevant information. I don't have all the relevant information regarding this ordinance. And then second of all, section A, it states that it is in the best interest of public health, safety, and welfare, and B, that the county's adoption of this program is necessary and advisable. And I don't think that for this commissioner, I would advise anyone to follow this. So that's my first point. I don't think, first of all, I don't think I have all the relevant information, and to just pass this just because another county has passed it, to me, is just not prudent. Second of all, I'd like to know who Adelante Consulting is and who the principals are. Does anybody have the response to that?
Commissioner Reynolds, do you have that answer by any chance?
Well, I have a couple of comments about the first section. The Board of County Commissioners hereby declares it considered relevant information. This has been available for 30 days. I hadn't heard from anyone, so I guess we could have talked about it. Second thing is this is actually doesn't just define all the information I think you're looking for, like are the fees and what are the fees. This simply just forms a structure for us to do the process, to create the process. It doesn't define everything because that's actually going to come from the assessor's office and the treasurer's office, who are going to be the primary organizations that actually have to implement this. This just provides them with an infrastructure in order to be able to do it. We still have some work to do, you're right, to get some specifics, but I think that we would get the recommendations from those two departments in order to determine exactly how to put the fees in, establish more of the specific procedures that we're going to follow. This is just a framework to do that. It's not intended to provide ad infinitum information in order to make this work. That's all.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I appreciate the response, and to have just a skeleton framework to put through an ordinance is just not good enough for me. So back to my previous question, who is Adelante Consulting Incorporation and who are the principals? Because I will admit I didn't have time to review this the way I'd like to. It took me a few days to go through this, but I'd like to know where they're from, who the principals are. Are they an in-state corporation? Are they an out-of-state corporation? And to just have a framework for the assessor and the treasurer to bring forth an idea of what we're going to do and pass this ordinance now and then try to fix it later, to me, is just not, it's not appropriate unless we have all the information, because I have questions on rates of interest, interest penalties by the capital provider. How much power does this lender have to do everything? What happens if there's a foreclosure? This is a senior lien, and it's a senior lien over banks.
sorry.
What kind of penalties? Is it a sticky situation for our constituents?
Okay.
I mean, I can go on because I have about 30 questions, Commissioner, and I just don't think this is timely. I think it's premature.
It's okay. It's for commercial pace, the C-PACE is actually passed in 2016 or 2006 or 2007, something like that. This is actually just a mechanism in order to be able to implement what has already been passed at the state statute level. And as far as the penalties assessed by the bank, that's actually part of the contract that the bank has the authority to do, and we don't really get involved in setting those penalties. So it's part of it's part of the loan. The loan is not a primary loan; it's a secondary loan. Okay, sorry, commercial pace is secondary. In residential pace, it's primary. So this is banks, as far as I know, and they asked for this before when we talked about our commercial residential pace. They said commercial pace is fine, but not residential. And in looking at this, I mean, maybe we can define some more things, and I don't have a problem doing that. But certainly, this doesn't lock anybody into doing anything other than providing the option for them to do commercial pace. Which, by the way, the reason it's beneficial to the community is it allows developers to actually finance some of the green energy implementations that they do as part, and then get it paid off by the property tax, which is something that they can't do right now. So they have to come up with the entire front-end money to put in implementation of green energy applications into their development and come up with the cash up in front for that. This just allows them to actually apply some of that to the bank and then use some tax breaks in order to pay it off. That's the benefit of it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Commissioner Sanchez, sorry.
Just for clarity, I'm looking at page 315, section 8, section 8C. It does state that the special assessment lien shall be effective during the period, blah, blah, blah. And in the period in which the assessment is imposed, it shall have priority superior to all liens.
That is
claims and titles. But I will say, and this is to Commissioner Chaparro's point, there is a requirement that this, before any assessment or a lien or that's awarded here, it is required that any other lien holders provide their approval to allow for this to happen.
That's correct.
So it is. So in other words, I think that's one of the things that was discussed as I think Commissioner Reynolds' point with our pace was with the residential pace, there was no requirement for other lien holders to give their approval. This does require any other lien holders to allow approval for this. So and if they don't, there is a process in which they can appeal. But again, like I said, that's one option, or at least some protection for the lien holders. The other thing you had asked about Adelante Consulting. Adelante Consulting is a group out of Corrales. And so they are based, I guess technically they are based in New Mexico. I haven't looked specifically at all of their board members. But this is the same group, I believe, that Bernalillo County utilizes for their assessments on the commercial PACE program. So again, you know, for what it's worth, they are New Mexico based for this.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I did see that. This is a senior lien. I agree with you. So my question regarding this company and the principles, so why do we have to just go along with one company? Why can't we open it up to secondary lenders that are all over the state? Or why do we have to tie ourselves to this one company? Do we have to follow the money and see where this goes? I'm just really adamant about this, and I'll tell you why. Because I think of, if we're looking at a commercial loan or an agricultural loan, and the only thing that can come to me at this point are either solar panels or windows. I just can't think of any other renewable energy improvements we can make, and maybe you all can remind me of others. But I've seen foreclosures of homes, of businesses, and it's not a pretty thing. For this to be a senior loan over a bank loan, to me, it's just, it doesn't address the concerns of this community. It sounds like a good idea. It's a good soundbite, in my opinion, but it's not addressing, the project application, the administrative fees. Why don't we get all of these questions answered before we try to push forward this ordinance? I'm not comfortable with it. My questions are not being answered. I understand that this principal is out of Corrales, but I'm sure there's others that would like to participate in this program as well, besides having the county and tying our residents in this county to one lender. I think that's just very foolish of us.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you for your concern, Commissioner Chaparro. And I think there's a misunderstanding in terms of the program administrator versus a lender. The program administrator is the one that reviews the applications in order to make sure that a person, company, owner, whoever, I guess I'll say an applicant, is interested in participating within the commercial PACE program or the ISAP, how we're proposing it here. They just review the application, make sure that it's in order. Now, in terms of financing, if you go under section 1, number 20, and also I think 19 and 20, but if you look at special assessment financing, it's really up to the participant to identify and find a lender that will utilize this program. Right. So it's not tied to, so the Adelante Consulting is not the lender, they're just the program administrator. The lender is open to, I guess, whatever programs or banks, financial institutions that are participating with this. So it isn't tied to one specific company that will profit from this. In fact, I think if you look under, I think this goes back to trying to understand the fees of discharging this. Really, at the end of the day, I think it's almost like a nonprofit. They just take their fees to administer the program, but that's it. They're not an entity that's looking to profit from the program.
And you're correct, Commissioner Sanchez. I did misspeak on that. I did see that program administrator, but I'm sure there's other program administrators throughout the state that would like to maybe partake in this without us being tied or having our constituents tied to just this one company. And so I go back to reasonable cost. Who decides what's reasonable? What is the criteria? What is the criteria for interest rates? What is the reasonable cost of the program administrator? What is the reasonable cost that the county is going to charge for this? I'm just not comfortable with this unless I have the assessor and the treasurer coming in and giving me more specific information and really start meeting this up or adding meat to this instead of something that is just so general. Thank you.
I kind of do have the same question along the same lines as Commissioner Chaparro. Just reading the executive summary, it kind of just says everything that you need to know. This is a special assessment program within the county which will allow willing owners of agricultural, commercial, industrial, and certain multifamily residential properties to obtain affordable financing for qualifying improvements, including energy efficiency, water conservation, renewable energy, and resilience measures through the payout of special assessment on their property. So we go with, and I have questions too now that I'm thinking about it, and Commissioner Reynolds, maybe you're the one to answer this. If not, maybe we can get Adelante Consulting to come down and talk to us about this a little bit. But what are the metrics used for what these fees look like? I understand that they'll put it out just like a car loan, and whoever, bids on being able to accept that loan, correct? That's how I would assume.
As far as I know.
So if a homeowner qualifies for a 29% interest rate, which would be deadly to any homeowner, is that reasonable, and is there a cap to that? And if there is a cap to that interest rate, what is the cap?
Excuse me, may I like to answer a little bit of that? First thing, this is not for specific homeowners. This is actually for businesses. Only corporations and businesses qualify for this. So if you have a home, I have my home, I want to take advantage of this, I can't. It's only people who are developers and commercial properties that can take advantage of this. So residential people are not even allowed to do this. And that is because of the priority of the loan. And under the residential RPACE program, residents could actually opt to take advantage of the program, and the banks had no choice. In this one with commercial, the banks actually have the authority to say, yes, you have a loan with us, and no, you can't take out another loan. So if they don't get the approval of all the other organizations that they have borrowed money from, then it doesn't happen. So that's this doesn't apply to individual homeowners, anything, just businesses that are corporations or LLCs or something like that.
Okay.
And then they have to get their bank's approval in order to take advantage of this program as well.
They need to get their bank's approval for it?
Yes.
So, okay, let me just understand this, and I think I got a good grasp. So if they have a current lien on there, and now I understand the portion of the multifamily residential properties. So I would assume if I am a person that owns 3 or so homes that I rent out, 5+ homes.
Yes.
Was that in there?
Yes, it's under section 1, number 5.
Okay. So if I own 5 or more homes and I put on solar panels onto these homes and I put in a tankless water heater, I replace all the windows, all those improvements would then fall under this, and I can take advantage of this ISAP program to then fund that. If I have a mortgage or a lien on my home, they would first have to approve the fact that I'm going out to this program to do these modifications. So, but again, the question is when Adelante sends out the request for financing, because I would assume that's part of the program, is that they're the ones that send it out to financing?
Actually, they just approve the contract, the form of the contract, the individual, like the bank or the corporation that's actually looking for the financing can find their own financing. But in order to have the policy approved, running it by an administrative organization that understands what's required in order to qualify for the program is simply all Adelante does. So you can still, as a commercial person, you could go to your same bank and where you have your loan and say, I'd like to get a CPACE loan in addition to my current loan and add it to this property, and they can do that, and that bank can choose to take that loan. Adelante simply looks at the paperwork to make sure that it qualifies for the program. Checks all the boxes, basically.
So, but in this agreement, I don't see what affordable financing is.
Well, affordable financing is going to be determined by the market demand. Okay, it might be 8% today, it might be 2% later, it may be 0.5%.
So we're not capping anything because
we're not controlling that.
We're not in control of that.
The only thing we can control is the fact that we're going to.
So we're just allowing the county to use that tax line to pay for this.
That's it. That's really all our part is.
Mr. Chair.
So really quick. So basically, if we approve this today, it's just approving the measure or the mechanism in order to let individuals use this.
Well, not individuals, corporations. So let's say that you have a restaurant and you want to add solar to it. You're right. You can actually use this mechanism in order to do it. which gives you some property guarantee against the loan, which allows you to get a lower interest rate on the loan for the solar panels.
But we're not in control of that interest rate, so how do you know if that's true or false?
We are not in control of it, but the market is in control of it.
Is Adelante Consulting, who is going to be administrating this, will they not let people do something that's not deemed affordable? I mean, that's what my concern is that inside of this resolution, we're talking about affordable financing for qualifying improvements. We name the qualifying improvements and all that. My question is if this is just a contract to name Adelante as the agent to facilitate this, then it's not really affordable because we don't know what affordable is because it's not deemed. It's deemed by the thing. So I understand and I don't disagree with this program. I really don't. I think it's a great funding mechanism to do so. But I think it's the way that it's worded and the way that we're putting it forth is saying that it's affordable, it's achievable, it's this and that and the other. But in actuality, we don't have control over it as a board. So really it's just putting forth a funding mechanism that, period, end of story, we don't have control over. So I don't know if I necessarily like this because it's calling it an affordable financing options for individuals. And individuals can own corporations and it can be a sole proprietary, whatever, but doesn't matter. It's all nuts and bolts at this point in time. But I just have an issue putting this forth as affordable options when we don't even know what affordable is. And to be honest, like, I understand who is Adelante Consulting. I would have loved to have them come in here and give us a presentation today about what exactly is their role, what they do, how this looks to inform people that are watching today. But I mean, I like this program. I just don't I don't think it's being marketed properly to this board. And I don't know. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Well, I was first, Ms. Commissioner, if I may. Thank you.
Commissioner,
Well,
Thank you. I called it out. I called it out.
I figured it was
rock, paper, scissors.
I figured it was up to the chairman to figure out who would speak next, but you know.
Mr. Chair, I stand for your decision. Commissioner, I didn't mean to.
I'll defer to Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I appreciate that. Appreciate your gentlemanliness. My concern is on affordable, loans and things. I know I have a small business. My family has small businesses throughout New Mexico, and I've always had NMSU to go through to, Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Green Chamber of Commerce, the Women's Association, if I've had any questions. I'm not sure, and maybe Commissioner Murillo can answer any organizations down south that are available to commercial businesses to go to answer financing questions. But I do agree with the chair that, without us knowing these interest rates, it could lend itself to predatory practices in the future. And I'd hate to put any of our residents in that situation. I mean, a lot of these residents are non-English speaking. They're very, maybe not as educated as, and I'm not as educated as some people, of course. But to put anyone in a situation where this has a senior lien on a property that carries with the property, are we not putting people up to losing generational wealth if they lose their 5-unit complex and they're living in one of them and they're trying to pass this on to their children or their grandchildren? I mean, those are the questions I have. If we're trying to help people, and I think we as a board look to help our residents create generational wealth in a sense, at least if that's one of my things that I'd like to leave as a commissioner, but we have to look at everything that this will be affecting, not just it looks great on paper. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question, and I know because, as you noted, I know Commissioner Chaparro and you, Chairman, are both business owners, but if you were going out for a loan, do you just apply and look at one place? Or do you look at multiple places to identify what may have the fewest fees, the lowest interest rates? I'm just curious because The way that it's being presented right now is that this is the only option in town. This is just providing another funding mechanism that local entities can use rather than what conventionally they may have. At least that's the way I understand it. So I don't understand why we're making it sound as though by approving this program that we are limiting our business owners in our community to this one financing mechanism.
Well, just to say that really quick, sorry, Commissioner Reynolds, but the issue is that, yeah, you're going to go out to every single bank that you can to get the lowest rate, your lowest period, right? But I'm not understanding what the difference is between this funding mechanism, which is the, sorry, I always forget the acronym, the ISAP, and going through that process for that, and going to the bank. Because if Adelante is doing that, what's to say that their rates are going to be lower because we're going through this funding mechanism than going to your bank and talking to your credit union?
See, I think where you guys are hung up is the fact that you think Adelante actually sets the rates for everybody.
No, I definitely do not think that Adelante sets the rates. My question is how do they control the rates to be more affordable than just going to your general bank?
Well, see, this is the good thing about this program. They can go to their own bank, but because they're part of this program, they do get better rates because it's guaranteed by the property itself and the investment. That's where they get a little better rates. And in your bank, you can have a loan for the property, and then you can do improvements on it. Right now, if you add solar panel, you cannot really borrow that against the property as property value. That's the problem. If you say, look, I've got my property, I paid $300,000 for it, I want to add $30,000 worth of panels, solar panels as an example, or wind turbines or whatever, door seals or anything you want for making it more efficient, you can't add that to your loan because it doesn't add value to the property. This says it does add value to the property through the C-PACE program and is actually something you can borrow against as additional property value that doesn't exist today. That's really all this is doing, is saying these items do qualify as value for the property, so you can borrow money against them as a second mortgage, okay? And you're also, what you guys are saying is that the bank itself that they're dealing with has to approve this, and that the bank itself, that they have to have approval before they can do this, doesn't know what a reasonable interest rate is. So if you come to me, if you borrow money from me, and you come back later and you say, hey, I want to borrow money to put solar panels on my business, okay, I'm going to say, look, I'm going to give it to you for like 6% or 5% or something because it's guaranteed by the property. However, if I think you're going to get that loan someplace else for 20%, I'm not going to let you do it because it's also risking my investment as well. So this is not something like an individual goes in and says, hey, I'm going to do this by myself like the R-PACE is. This is the C-PACE where the people are actually in business. They really have to get their bank's current financing mechanisms approval before they can even move on this. And yet it allows them to take things that they cannot put into a loan, don't qualify as value in a loan that this program does recognize. That's the reason for this. It's not limited to which bank. It's not limited to, where they're going to go or anything like that. It's just limited to allowing them to add things into their loan that don't have value before. That's what this is really all about. And wealth, if you have somebody in business that's planning to lose money, then they're probably going to lose it some other way anyway. It's just, that's what they're going to do. So I don't think this is a problem to at least open it up and then start to work through some of these issues if you have other questions. I'm happy to look at your questions and get answers to them. But this doesn't lock us into anything. And by the way, I don't want to set the reasonable interest rate at 3% or 4% or 5%. I don't want this board responsible for that because that's not our job. We can't determine that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just wanted to add, just for some additional details, the commercial price program was updated by the legislature during this previous legislative session. A lot of the changes that they made, as Commissioner Reynolds, this had been previously approved by the commission, or by the legislature. Among the changes they did was remove the residential PACE out of it. But from speaking with Treasurer Rodriguez, he had noted that for what it's worth, the treasurer's affiliate through the Association of Counties had lobbied for a number of changes. And the legislators did make a large number of those changes. So one of the biggest ones is that the county really isn't involved. Everything is done, the assessment is all done through the lender. And it's really done, the financing mechanism is through the value of the property. The other thing to consider is because it's approved through the state legislature was that it's a program that is worked through the New Mexico Economic Development Department. And so they're the ones that have set the guidelines on a state level. It's just that we here at a local level have to approve an ordinance that will allow participation within the CPACE program, which is why and how Adelante Consulting has come into this is that they've been working with the New Mexico EDD department with the administration of or review of the program benefits or requirements for CPACE. So, like I said, if this is not something that we're doing arbitrarily, it's something that's been passed, it's been amended on the state level and improved with those suggestions of the county treasurers. And so, which is why I think we don't have a room full of people that are opposing this ordinance today. But I will say, and I do agree with Commissioner Chaparro and her concern about those in our community that may not speak English or read English. I would ask, I know there's a requirement and I know Commissioner Reynolds had left, but within its proposed, one of the items that talked about a program handbook or program guidebook, it's section 10 under page 318. I think a suggestion that was made to me was that we find a way in which to, and I don't know how we would word it, but that the guidebook be written in a way in such that a person with a sixth grade education or language can understand the program. But also in addition to that we would have a requirement for a bilingual or a Spanish guidebook to be created as well, so that it's very clear what the requirements are. But I don't know if something like that would help address the concerns that also Commissioner Chaparro had brought up. But
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner
Thank
Chaparro.
you. And Commissioner Sanchez, thank you for trying to guide me in that. I really appreciate it. But I see things a little bit differently. And so when you're talking about the guidebook, I put down here, the program administrator without approval of the Board of Commission can update forms, change them, do whatever they need to do without the approval of this commission. And I appreciate what the legislators are trying to do. I do appreciate that. But there are certain things that happen at the legislature that we don't have to agree with. We are responsible to the residents of Doña County. And I don't feel comfortable with that guidebook or forms being updated without approval of this board. We're just giving them, change it whatever you want to change the fees however you want to change them, update whatever you want to update without coming back to this board and giving us an explanation so that we can know what is happening with this program and we don't find out about it 2, 3, 5 years later and then go, oh, we made a mistake, and then it's too late to rein that horse in. So thank you for that explanation, but I just don't see it that way. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other further questions or comments? I'll just put out one more. I did go on the CPACE website just now. I am reading through a little bit more to understand something that's concerning, but again, it's out of our control. The list of capital providers, the least amount that they're willing to, minimum financing amount is $500,000. There's 5 million, which is their least, their minimum financing amount. So these are going to be for bigger corporations that have these needs. But something that's really exciting that is putting me over the edge to agree with a program like this, because I do know that there's a lot of things that happen in a business. Examples of eligible improvements include, but not limited to, a like-for-like roof associated with installing a roof-mounted solar, asbestos abatement associated with a boiler retrofit, new pads to support new plant equipment such as new chiller. There's a lot of things in here that are high-cost items for a business owner to ever have to do on their own. Rerouting of a fire system sprinkler to accommodate. So there's a lot on this. I don't necessarily understand the whole project. I wish that we would have had a little more information on the front end. But I mean, I'm not exactly sure how many people are going to be able to make use of this program. I mean, it's $500,000 in an improvement is a lot. So I mean, I'm probably going to be in favor of this just because it covers quite a few things that I know are big, huge asset purchases for any business owner, let alone a very small business owner. Those are big expenditures. So just knowing that maybe there's some kind of financial relief there, I'm probably going to be more in favor of this. But that's just from reading their website. And it looks like Adelante is the only approved administrator by the state of New Mexico's Economic Development Department. So that's all there is. So,
Mr. Chair.
it's only one. Yes, ma'am.
Well, maybe last comment, maybe not, but my last comment, and we go back to the findings, section 4. This Board of County Commission hereby declares that we have considered all relevant information, and I don't think we have all the relevant information. There's too many questions out there. I just believe that we need to delve in this a little bit more instead of, as I said before, pass this ordinance and then try to rein that horse in later. I think that every single commissioner here has had questions that may not have been answered, and it's not Commissioner Reynolds' fault at all. It's just that we're throwing all these questions at him and maybe bringing Adelante or bringing in the assessor, bringing in the treasurer to fully address the questions that this commission has might be helpful. I mean, to wait for a meeting or two is just, it's not going to damage us in any way, but we need to have all the answers before we move forward with an ordinance that might be harmful to some of our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just really quick, and just to let you know as well, Commissioner Chapato, on the CPACE website, it looks like this is verbatim the ordinance that they recommend that you use. So just pointing that out, that they have a recommended ordinance, this is it. And then lastly, it does say the only two entities that are participating is Bernalillo County and Albuquerque are the only two that are participating, it seems. And then, so this wouldn't even go for people residing within the city of Las Cruces or any municipalities. This would only be for rural Doña County, unincorporated Doña County, I apologize. And then also, counties and municipalities have the option to administer their own program or to utilize Adelante Consulting, Inc. as their third-party program administrator. So my question would be, did we have conversations with Adelante about this, or did we just decide to go with them?
No, I did not either do the one. They were listed on this one, and I just took that.
So we didn't even call them and tell them we were considering this?
No.
Did we call the state's economic development department and let them know that this was on our agenda today?
No.
So we could be approving this. They have no idea.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
I was just going to ask Commissioner Reynolds if would you be opposed, I think as Commissioner Chapato suggested, if we maybe push this to either the second meeting in September or into October to possibly allow Adelante a chance to come in and present, and maybe we can hopefully answer some of the questions that the other commissioners have.
You know, well, I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should at least talk to them and let them know that this is on our agenda and they might be the named contractor to utilize this program, I think that's a swell idea. I think we have some next steps. So
Mr.
at this
Chair?
point in time, I would love to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
One more thing, I'd like to have a list of all the questions that Commissioner Chaparro
Commissioner
has.
Chapato can definitely rip out a couple
we
pages.
can-
I have them
and
written on
give them
little
to
yellow
you.
stickies.
Yeah, that's fine, as long as I understand
You
what
can
your
read my
concerns
writing,
are.
Commissioner. Good
Something
luck.
tells me that Adelante probably has a really nice PowerPoint presentation that they probably give to interested entities. Glad we cleared this up. At this point in time, I would entertain a motion.
And Mr. Chair, before we do that, Commissioner Reynolds, I did mean to, it's just something, I didn't mean to be rude in any way. It's just something that I feel very strongly about. And Commissioner Sanchez, thank you for joining in that because, we rarely get a chance to discuss things together and it always does me good. So I appreciate all of you chiming in. But if we can give at least Adelante 30 days for their presentation and the treasurer and the assessor, give them enough time to get their things together, not the next meeting, because I don't know if that would be enough time to prepare them, but maybe 2 meetings, 3 meetings, Commissioner?
Mr. Chair.
Let's go ahead and, Mr. Lopez, if you can please reach out to EDD and Adelante Consulting and ask them if there's a presentation that they give to most interested entities and see what future, I would say after October, let's get Mr. Andrews in position before we bring this up again. But I would really like to see what they have to present to us, and I bet they answer a lot of these questions in a presentation. If you're okay with that, Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Chair, yes, we will work with getting things lined up and schedules adjusted, and sometime after October 8th.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Chapato, I know you had your hand up first.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to a date certain, November 12th, thereby giving our county manager at least 30 days to
Get his feet wet.
just get brushed up on this particular matter.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone to November 12th.
I can second that, just for discussion.
Okay, and we have 2 seconds from Vice Chair Murillo and Commissioner Reynolds. Discussion.
I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. No, first thing I want to say thank you. I agree that with Commissioner Chaparro, that the interest of our community is paramount, and that we should make sure that these programs that we do pass are beneficial to the community and not harmful. So I do echo your sentiment in that respect. So thank you for that. And I don't feel like you attacked me at all. So that's fine. Having the questions and the discussion, I think, is healthy. So I appreciate that too. And that's all I have to say. And I'll question unless there's no more comments.
Wonderful.
Call for the
And I'm
question.
sure that we can forward those questions to, I would probably just put it to county management or Amanda or Nelson, and that way they're the ones getting a hold of EDD and Adelante. Any other further discussion? Seeing none. Brandy, roll call it.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner
We're
Chaparro,
voting on the motion to move, yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. This is postponed until November 12th. You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you, Commissioner Murillo.
Okay, moving on, we do have commission input. If there's any other follow-up commission input.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just really quickly want to say, I understand, I think we can get feisty up here with each other, and I agree with Commissioner Reynolds. I don't think it's anything personal at all, and I appreciate it. I think as Commissioner Chaparro, you noted, this is the only time all 5 of us can get up and have a discussion all together to understand the different points of whatever we're considering at that point. So I appreciate the understanding and trying to understand from your point of view what you bring to the conversation. So thank you for that. And like I said, and to my commissioners, like I said, I love a good, healthy conversation.
Okay, any other commissioner comment? I second what Commissioner Sanchez said. Pardon?
I triple what he said.
Okay, cool. We're all on the same page. I love this. Okay, moving on to correspondence. Brandy, I'll give you a second. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Brandy, take it away on any correspondence.
Okay, there is one. Frank Gutierrez with Kristen Gutierrez as POA versus Doña County.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, and at this point in time, we do have a closed session
Mr. Chairman?
on the board. Yes.
I'd like to, I'd like to make a motion that we convene in closed session pursuant to pursuant to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending litigation related to the condemnation of property for wastewater treatment and to discuss the purchase or acquisition of real property for wastewater treatment as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H7 and H8.
I'll second that. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. We're in closed session. Thank you, everyone. The record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. And with that, motion to adjourn the meeting today.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Brandy, oh, we're adjourned.